Before empires, before cities, before history itself, we were not alone. Other human species walked beside us, then vanished. Civilizations rose and fell in the ice. Step into the shadows of our past and witness the origins of everything we are today.
For most of our time on Earth, we were not the dominant species. We were simply another kind of human. Others hunted these same forests. Others claimed these same caves. And they watched us, with eyes so familiar, yet not like ours. Some were stronger than us, some more adaptable, and some may have been more intelligent, in ways we still struggle to understand. We walked the same lands, at the same time, as other humans. They were not monsters and not our inventions. They were real. And for over 99% of our existence, we were surrounded. Yet today, every familiar face, every city, every child, all come from just one species. So what happened to the rest of our family? We are not the only humans who ever lived. We are simply the only ones left. Their bones lie scattered across continents. Their DNA sleeps inside us, and their disappearance remains evolution's greatest mystery. Our search begins with a world filled with rivals.
For over 99% of human history, we shared this planet with rivals. And the terrifying truth is not that they disappeared, but that we did not even know they existed until it was already too late to understand who they were, what they wanted, or why they vanished from the world we inherited. Picture a vast ancient night, tens of thousands of years old, the wind howling across African grasslands and echoing through forests of Europe and frozen valleys of Siberia, where shadows move that look so much like us but were not us, where firelight reflected in eyes that belonged to different kinds of humans. Hunters, survivors, dreamers, and killers who roamed beside us long before there were cities, before there were kings or countries or written words, back when the earth was enormous and humanity was small. A young Homo sapiens mother sneaks through the darkness, clutching her child close as she listens to distant branches crack and wonders if it is a lion, a hyena, or one of them. One of the others, those who grunt in a slightly different rhythm, whose heavy footsteps sink deeper into the mud, whose tools glint with a rougher, sharper design, whose faces look like memories from a nightmare of a world not meant for one species alone. And she knows instinctively, if they see her, if they smell her fear, she may not see the sunrise. This was the reality for our kind for nearly all of our existence because we were never alone, never the rulers of the earth, never destined for dominance, not yet. And for every campfire we ignited, there was another fire on a nearby ridge, another tribe of humans with different bones, different instincts, and different futures unfolding. Neanderthals with their powerful arms and cold-forged endurance, Denisovans who vanished into the mountains and became ghosts in our DNA, mysterious hobbits hiding among tropical forests of distant islands, and others, many others whose names we still do not know, whose faces were buried before we could ever imagine them. Imagine walking across a riverbed 150,000 years ago and spotting a footprint, human-like but broader, deeper, with a strange curvature in the toes, a silent warning that we shared the earth with cousins who might be friend or foe, rival or ally, but never irrelevant. Each species had its own destiny, its own strengths and weaknesses, its own way of battling against hunger, cold, predators, and the relentless cruelty of nature. Neanderthals mastered fire long before we spread across Eurasia, shaping spears and scraping hides in caves filled with art that would not be discovered for tens of thousands of years. Their voices deep and resonant, their gatherings filled with culture we once arrogantly assumed only we could possess. The Denisovans developed superhuman tolerance for high-altitude life, conquering the crushing thin air of the Tibetan Plateau while we would have gasped helplessly. And somewhere, deep underground, bones were being buried carefully by Homo naledi, a species with a brain the size of an orange, yet capable of sacred rituals, proving that intelligence is not a matter of brain volume, but a spark of something far more mysterious, something that connects intention, fear, love, and the haunting knowledge that life must be respected even in death. And we humans, Homo sapiens, were still unremarkable then, still struggling to survive droughts, plagues, and predators whose teeth gleam sharper than our best stone blades, still learning to communicate with the nuance of language that would one day conquer minds, form civilizations, and write stonies like this one. Yet in those early days, we were one fragile species among many, not superior, not chosen, simply lucky enough to adapt a little faster, to learn a little quicker, to fear the dark just enough to survive the night. Scientists today search ancient caves and deserts for traces of our lost cousins, and every decade rewrites the story we once clung to, the false belief that humans evolved in a straight line from primitive to perfect. Because the truth is so much more tangled, a branching tree of experiments written by evolution where dozens of human versions sprouted, struggled, and almost triumphed. Some species evolved to withstand freezing winters, others to run tirelessly under a punishing sun, and some to climb, hide, or manipulate the environment with surprising craft. Yet all of them carried fire in their minds, a spark of humanity that pulsed behind their eyes, making them far more like us than we ever wish to admit. When our ancestors first encountered Neanderthals in Europe, they would have stared into faces shockingly familiar. Large noses, strong brows, muscular builds, and eyes that studied us not as animals but as equals. And even today, when forensic artists reconstruct the heads of Neanderthals, they look like people you might pass on a modern street. Broad-shouldered, pale-skinned, dressed perhaps in a fur cloak, but undeniably human. Their children laughed, they cared for their sick, and they buried those they loved with flowers and gifts to guide them into whatever afterlife they believed in, long before we developed similar traditions. And yet, for centuries we depicted them as brutish cavemen because accepting their humanity would threaten the comforting lie that we are special by design and not by chance. But chance changes everything. The climate shifted violently, ice advanced, prey vanished, and then competition arrived. Us. We brought sharper weapons, more efficient strategies, and most devastating of all, language that allowed ideas to spread faster than any mutation could form. A tactic discovered by one hunter could be taught to dozens, then hundreds, then thousands, turning innovation into a weapon more powerful than claws or muscle. And so slowly, relentlessly, Homo sapiens pushed outward from Africa like a tidal wave of bone and fire, colliding with species that had called Eurasia home long before we even existed. Sometimes we interbred, exchanging genes and fusing destinies, which is why millions of people today still carry Neanderthal DNA, an echo of a love story or a desperate act of survival lost in time. But sometimes we fought, and no one recorded those battles, no stories survived. Only empty caves and vanished fires remain as evidence that history is written not by winners, but by survivors.
Imagine a Neanderthal elder staring from a cliffside as his strong, ancient people dwindled, not knowing why the newcomers multiplied so quickly, or why the game was disappearing, or why disease spread like a curse. Only knowing that the world was changing faster than they could adapt, that the night sky now belonged to a species with a frightening gift for shaping the future. And while Neanderthals were facing their final days, other cousins were fading silently elsewhere. Tiny Homo floresiensis disappearing into jungle myths, Denisovans scattering their genetic legacy across Asia without leaving a single complete skeleton behind, and Homo naledi sealing the bodies of their dead deep inside labyrinthine caves where light could never reach. For most of human history, These were not mysteries. They were neighbors, competitors, threats, and even partners. And the world was filled with their footsteps, their fires, their voices calling out across valleys, their hearts beating with hope and fear just like ours. But now they are gone, wiped from existence so completely that, until recently, we did not even realize they had walked beside us at all. When the first Neanderthal skull was discovered in the 19th century, scientists were stunned, unwilling to believe that another intelligent human species had once existed. And even then, they assumed they were dim, primitive, inferior, because the idea of shared humanity was too uncomfortable, too destabilizing to our pride. But then, a tiny finger bone was found in Denisova cave in Siberia, a fragment too small to identify. Yet, when its DNA was sequenced, the shock waves spread across the scientific world. This bone did not belong to us, nor to Neanderthals, but to an entirely new kind of human, one who had been living, thriving, and evolving in the shadows of prehistory without leaving enough clues for us to see until technology finally caught up. So, what happened to them? Why are we the only ones left standing? Some vanished because the climate betrayed them. Some because small population sizes made them vulnerable to disease and genetic collapse. Some because we absorbed them, their bloodline swallowed into our own. And some because we competed for the same food, the same land, the same future, and we were mercilessly good at winning. Our ancestors carried curiosity sharper than any spear, ambition hotter than any flame, and fear that pushed us to conquer rather than share. And now we look around and see no rivals, only ourselves, masters of a world once overflowing with human diversity. But if we learned about 3 lost human species in just the past 20 years, and if fossils keep emerging from caves, deserts, and ancient riverbeds, then we must face a chilling realization. This story is not finished, and episode 2 of our journey will reveal a secret deeper than bones, a genetic mystery that leads us into the dark heart of Siberia, where a single finger bone rewrote everything we thought we knew about who we are and who we once stood beside.
Deep beneath the icy mountains of Siberia, where winters crush the landscape under endless night and wind screams like angry ghosts, lies a cave that has guarded a secret for tens of thousands of years. A secret so strange that when it was finally uncovered, it shattered everything science thought it understood about the human story. The place is called Denisova Cave, and if you were to step inside right now, you would feel an eerie silence, a cold watchfulness, as if the shadows themselves remembered the beings who once called this darkness home. Beings whose existence we did not even suspect until the modern age. Because unlike Neanderthals, they left no iconic skulls, no dramatic cave paintings, no obvious footprints in the archaeological record. Only whispers, fragments, and ghosts hidden in our blood. Imagine the scene. Russian scientists carefully scraping sediment in a remote chamber when suddenly, among scattered bones of bison and wolves, a tiny fossil emerges from the dirt. A finger bone. Only a fragment, barely recognizable as human, not nearly enough to build a face or a body from, but when DNA was extracted from that insignificant scrap, the world changed because the code revealed something impossible, something shocking. This bone did not belong to Homo sapiens, nor to Neanderthals, but to a completely different kind of human. One that shared a common ancestor with Neanderthals, yet had evolved into its own formidable lineage, a hidden people who adapted to extreme environments we would struggle to survive, who forged the legacy not beneath the ground but within our very genome. These newly discovered humans were named Denisovans, and the more we look for them, the more unsettling the story becomes because although their bones are vanishingly rare, just a handful of teeth, a jawbone found high on the Tibetan plateau, and fragments still being uncovered, their DNA is alive inside millions of us today, especially among indigenous populations of Australia, Papua New Guinea, and parts of Southeast Asia, suggesting that Denisovans were not shadows lurking alone in caves, but widespread, successful, intelligent, and powerful, a species that thrived across Asia long before Homo sapiens staked their claim. But here is where the mystery deepens like a cave tunnel descending into darkness. How did a species so widespread leave almost nothing behind? How did they dominate harsh climates and towering mountains, yet vanish so completely we almost never learned they existed at all? Their teeth were unnervingly large, built for a jaw with crushing power, and their skeletal remains, though few, suggest they were robust, built like warriors hardened by the ice. Imagine encountering one in the wild 50,000 years ago, taller than most Neanderthals, broader than us, eyes glinting in torchlight, skin hardened by the cold, hands capable of snapping a branch as thick as your wrist without effort, a human who looked at you not as prey, but as competition. Denisovans carried genetic adaptations we only wish we possessed. One mutation let them breathe at high altitudes as easily as we breathe at sea level, allowing them to rule the Himalayas where the air is too thin for ordinary humans to endure. They may have developed unique technology suited for icy survival, weapons designed for mountainous hunts, strategies passed quietly among small but skilled bands of survivors, their camps tucked away where no predator or rival could easily find them. Yet for all their strength, they were invisible, not in life, but in history, because our world has nearly erased them, leaving only scattered fossils that force scientists to piece together a puzzle missing nearly all its pieces. And the picture that forms is both awe-inspiring and terrifying. These were not primal cavemen stumbling through evolution's trial and error. These were apex humans in their own right, conquerors of ice and stone, a lineage that might have risen to dominate the earth had fate or our ancestors not intervened. And so we must confront a chilling possibility. Perhaps Homo sapiens did not rise because we were extraordinary, but simply because our rivals disappeared at the wrong time, under the wrong conditions, or encountered the wrong enemies. Genetic evidence shows interbreeding. Our ancestors and Denisovans met, loved, fought, merged their destinies in moonlit encounters nobody recorded. But the Denisovans eventually faded like a flame smothered by wind, and the question torments scientists. What force extinguished the people so perfectly adapted to survival? Was it climate chaos, shrinking food sources, or the expansion of Homo sapiens, armed with innovation, language, and relentless ambition, sweeping across a continent like a storm that left no space for alternative futures? And if the Denisovans once thrived across Asia, leaving offspring and legends in their wake, could there still be hidden caves filled with tools, art, or even preserved bodies waiting to be discovered, waiting to reveal a deeper truth that history has buried? Indigenous stories across Oceania speak of giant humans with immense strength, protectors or predators lurking in mountains and forests, myths that may not be myths all at all, but fading memories of encounters alive in cultural DNA. And if so, then Denisovans are not merely fossils, they are echoes of alliances and conflicts that shaped who we are. Because the blood of these ghosts flow through millions alive today, granting endurance, superhuman oxygen efficiency, and immune defenses forged by ancient struggles we can only imagine. Perhaps the most unsettling thought of all is this: Denisovans may not have lost to us in battle, but instead were absorbed so thoroughly that they live invisibly inside the victors, erased as a species yet alive as a legacy, a reminder that extinction is sometimes just camouflage. In the end, Denisova Cave is not only a burial site for forgotten bones,
It is a tomb for an entire branch of humanity we are only beginning to resurrect through science. And as we uncover more from the ice, more fragments, more genetic clues, we must prepare ourselves for revelations that could rewrite our identity once again. Because if a single tiny finger bone could expose an entire lost human species, what else lies buried in the world's unexplored caves, especially those far from Siberia beneath jungles where another strange human species once thrived, a species that's so small and mysterious that even their legends still whisper in the trees. And that is where our journey leads next, to an island of darkness and myth where little forest people hunted elephants no larger than dogs and where science and folklore collide.
On a humid island deep within Indonesia's endless chain of emerald forests, where ancient volcanoes rise like sleeping giants from the sea and thick vines conceal secrets older than myth, the ground remembers footsteps so small that most would mistake them for a child's, yet they belong to a human species that could survive where giants fell, tiny but fierce, clever yet mysterious, and for tens of thousands of years, they ruled their own hidden world. The island is called Flores, and if you were to trek its rainforest today, the air heavy with buzzing insects and the distant cries of unseen animals, you might feel the uncanny sensation that eyes are watching from the darkness, as if the legends whispered by villagers, the ones about little forest people, were not merely folklore, but memories of neighbors whose existence blurred the line between myth and evolution. Because beneath the earth of Flores, in a cave known as Liang Bua, scientists unearthed the skull so small it challenged everything we assumed about intelligence and survival. A human with a brain barely the size of a grapefruit, a stature around 3.5 feet tall, yet possessing stone tools sharper and more advanced than expected from such a tiny frame. A paradox of evolution now known as Homo floresiensis, or informally, the Hobbit people, though Tolkien's creation feels too whimsical for beings whose lives were a constant struggle against nature's harsh tides. Imagine one of them now, a hunter creeping through damp vegetation, balancing a sharpened stone blade in hand, eyes scanning for movement among the trees, not searching for birds or rabbits, but stalking a far stranger prey. Pygmy elephants, known as stegodons, trunked creatures no larger than a cow, yet still formidable when cornered. And the little hunters coordinated, surrounding their quarry under the glow of torches and the rustling of palm fronds, courage burning bright and bodies small enough to hide behind a single boulder. Brain size should have limited them, but the hobbits defied every rule in the biological book, crafting fire, cooking meat, shaping weapons, organizing hunts, and perhaps even weaving stories that kept their kind united on a world within a world. Because island evolution had sculpted them differently, shrinking their bodies to match the limited resources of Flores while sharpening their instincts into survival tools more effective than brawn or height. But their story only becomes stranger when we look into their bones, which show features far more ancient than expected, echoing humans from nearly 2 million years ago, making scientists wonder whether these hobbits descended from the earliest adventurers of humanity, perhaps even Homo erectus or an older ancestor, who braved oceans we once believed no primitive human could cross. Yet here lies undeniable proof that someone did, long before sapiens built ships or dreamed of exploration. And so the mystery grows. How did such small humans reach this remote island, cut off by dangerous currents and deep seas? Did they build boats, or were they cast ashore by storms, shipwrecked and forced to evolve into something new, something stranger? The island shaped them into a world apart, where giant storks hunted them from above, and giant lizards, ancestors of today's Komodo dragons, stalked them on silent claws, making every moment a gamble of life or death. A miniature Earth where evolution played a wild experiment, testing whether intelligence could flourish in tiny form. And here is where the haunting part of the tale rises from the shadows. The fossils of Homo floresiensis suggest they lived until only about 50,000 years ago, meaning they shared this planet with early Homo sapiens. But some evidence, both scientific and cultural, hints their story did not end there, because soot layers, tool fragments, and burned bones suggest fire still flickered inside the cave until as recently as 12,000 years ago. And local myths speak of the Ibu Gogo, small hairy people who snatched food, mimicked human speech, and vanished into the forest when chased, tales too eerily specific to dismiss as imagination. And the villagers who passed down these stories swear the Ibu Gogo were real, stubborn, clever, and sometimes frightening, like trickster spirits who survived at the fringes of human territory. Could it be that Homo floresiensis remained alive while the world began constructing its first civilizations, still moving in the darkness while we humans looked up at the stars, unaware that another version of us was creeping beneath our feet? If they survived that long, perhaps they survived longer still, hiding from expanding humans, retreating into caverns deeper than we dare to follow, evolving further into secrecy. Evolutionary theory calls it island dwarfism, but that label does nothing to explain the ingenuity carved into every tool they left behind, nor does it account for the mythic consistency of the islanders' testimonies, which say the little people did not disappear because they died, but because they were driven into hiding, suppressed by fear and conflict when the tall newcomers arrived, our ancestors, who always seemed to erase or absorb anything that challenged their dominance. Yet even in disappearance, the hobbits leave behind riddles, like who they truly were. Were they advanced for their size, or remnants of a far older lineage clinging to existence while the world changed around them? Their wrists and feet resemble Lucy's, the famous Australopithecine from over 3 million years ago, suggesting ancient origins, yet their tools and behaviors resemble modern survival strategies, a bizarre mix that makes them both primitive and surprisingly capable. Their isolation is both curse and advantage. No knowledge shared from other human groups, no enemies greater than native predators, until the inevitable arrival of Homo sapiens, creatures taller, faster in thought, armed with complex languages and ever-adapting strategies, who likely viewed the hobbits with a blend of fear, curiosity, and territorial instinct, a combination that rarely ends well for the neighbor who is smaller. And here lies a deeper theme, a recurring pattern in the human saga. Wherever different human species crossed paths, the outcome was never equal coexistence, but a slow erasure of one by the other, sometimes through violence, sometimes through love and interbreeding, sometimes through competition for land, but always resulting in the shrinking of diversity until only one remained: us. And when sapiens took Flores, the hobbits' time may have run out. Yet their disappearance is still too recent, too suspicious, leaving an open question that scientists struggle to dismiss. What if some of them lingered beyond the archaeological timestamp, hiding in places we haven't yet uncovered? Small shapes moving among roots and shadows, their presence sensed only by those who still believe the stories. Because forests remember what humans forget, and fires leave marks even when bones do not. And caves hold their secrets tight until someone brave enough digs deeper. Liang Bua still has untouched chambers, blocked by rock falls and tight passages leading further underground, spaces no excavator has reached, spaces where one day a full skeleton, maybe even a preserved body, might be waiting to stun the world again. And so, as we search for answers on Flores, another mystery calls from a different continent entirely. A cave so narrow, explorers must crawl through darkness and stone just to reach what lay hidden inside. A cave whose depths reveal a human species with small brains, but complex hearts, performing rituals once believed exclusive to us, proving intelligence has never worn a single shape.
Beneath the sun-baked plains of South Africa, under layers of ancient limestone carved by time and darkness, lies a world no light touches, a labyrinth of narrow tunnels twisting into the earth like veins of a buried beast. And inside these suffocating passages, archaeologists discovered something humanity was never prepared to accept. Another kind of us, small but not simple, quiet but not primitive, a species whose bones rest deeper than fear itself, and whose behavior forces us to question what makes a human truly human. The story begins in the Rising Star Cave system of the cradle of humankind, a name that feels poetic until you crawl through openings barely wider than your shoulders and squeeze into the chamber of stars, a chamber that has not seen daylight in hundreds of thousands of years, yet cradled an entire hidden population of Homo naledi, a species our textbooks once swore could not exist, because everything about them defies the rules we wrote for evolution. Picture one of them alive, standing just a little over 5 feet tall, with long arms built for climbing, fingers curved like hooks for gripping rock, a gaze both familiar and unsettling, and a skull that holds a brain shockingly small, barely a third of ours. Yet the fire within those eyes is intelligent, aware, determined. As if evolution chose efficiency over size, building a mind streamlined for survival rather than excess. And the most haunting truth is this: they walked the earth at the same time we did, not millions of years before us, but perhaps as recently as 230,000 years ago, maybe even less. Neighbors in time that we never knew existed until the bones began to whisper from the dark. The chamber where they were found is not a place the dead accidentally fell into, not a pit where animals dragged bones, nor a shelter carved by nature for random burial, but a location so hidden, so difficult to reach, that scientists themselves nearly suffocated trying to follow the path, crawling on their bellies through blackness, scraping skin, feeling the rock squeeze like a predator's jaws. And yet, this journey was made again and again by beings with brains the size of a child's, carrying their dead intentionally, releasing them into a ritual space that no predator ever visited, no flood ever disturbed, a room of silence chosen for reasons we still cannot name. Imagine the scene: a mother carrying the lifeless body of her child through twisting tunnels, breathing shallowly in the stale, choking air, guided only by memory and instinct, not abandoning her young to scavengers, but laying them among ancestors, perhaps whispering a final sound, a goodbye, a hope that death was not the end. Because burial without survival instinct is illogical, a waste of energy, an act of meaning, and meaning is the core of humanity. Did Homo naledi believe in something after death? Did they feel grief, love, fear of losing one another? Their bones do not speak words, but their actions do, and they scream that intelligence is not measured in cubic centimeters. The tools found near some remains suggest they shaped stone, perhaps used fire, perhaps left markings behind, hints that these small-brained humans solved problems, planned journeys, cooperated in dangerous environments, and treated death with reverence, while we, in our arrogance, once insisted only Homo sapiens could do these things. The Rising Star Cave is a tomb, but it is also a revelation, a mirror held to our assumptions that says, the story of human intelligence is not linear, nor exclusive, nor clean. Homo naledi were survivors, adapted to darkness, navigating the underworld like ghosts seamlessly moving through cracks and shadows, their lives unfolding in the tension between hunger and hope, between climbing and falling, between life's fragile spark and death's cold permanence. Perhaps their choice of burial chamber was strategic as well as spiritual, deep enough to protect bodies from predators, yet dangerous enough that only the determined could enter, creating a sanctuary for the lost, a mark of cognition and culture that forces scientists to redefine what it means to have a mind. But as researchers mapped the bones littering the chamber floor, over 1,500 pieces belonging to dozens of individuals, from infants to elders, a chilling question surfaced. Why so many dead here? Was this tradition or tragedy? Did these beings meet their end because shrinking populations pushed them underground, hiding from larger, more aggressive creatures, perhaps even us? If Homo naledi survived alongside Homo sapiens, then history repeats its cruel theme. Where two humans walk, only one leaves a legacy written in monuments and cities, while the other fades into rumor and bones. The caves protected them for a while, long enough to form a culture that transcended survival, but progress above ground moved faster, spreading fire and language and weapons that reshaped the earth, until every corner where other humans lived became contested ground,
And in that contest, sapiens always emerge victorious, knowingly or unknowingly, bearing the diversity of our own family. But deep underground, in Rising Star, the Naledi spirits linger, figures built for darkness, hands resting forever near sharp stones. An evolutionary branch that might have led to a different kind of civilization had they been allowed time to grow, to expand their knowledge, to chase the sun instead of hiding beneath it. Modern scientists stand in that chamber trembling not from claustrophobia or skeletal reminders of death, but from the philosophical shock that a species with such small brains could understand mortality, identity, belonging, and reverence, forcing us to face a terrifying possibility. Intelligence is not what makes us unique, only our survival is. And survival is messy, brutal, and unforgiving, meaning there may have been a moment when the Naledi and sapiens' eyes met in firelight somewhere above the cave's entrance. Two humans staring at each other with competing futures hanging in the balance, until fear or necessity drove one into the shadows and the other into the future. And what if in some hidden pockets of Earth, Naledi remained alive longer than we think, retreating deeper as sapiens conquered the land, their world shrinking but not extinguished, their rituals continuing in silence, their bodies adapting further to darkness, their minds becoming something we cannot measure, waiting in the unseen places beneath continents, leaving only hints behind, a tiny carving, a strangely placed bone, a footprint where no modern human has stepped. Rising Star is only one cave, one story uncovered out of millions of possible burial sites around the world. A single spark revealing an entire forgotten chapter of the human book. A reminder that our species is the survivor, not the standard. And the greatest horror is not what we find in the darkness, but what the darkness remembers about us. Because in that cave, the bones whisper many endings. The end of coexistence, the end of lineage, the end of being known. But also, the end of the world as Naledi hoped it would be. As we climb back toward the light, away from hollow skulls whose jaws seem frozen and silent warnings, we carry with us an unanswered question that grips the heart like a cold hand. What killed them? What was the final push that sealed their fate? Was it famine? Was it disease? Was it simply that Homo sapiens arrived, and history shows what happens next whenever we arrive? And that question leads us directly into the next chapter of this dark human legacy, where we unravel not one extinction, but a pattern of strategic disappearances, a chain of rival species erased until only one remained. And the deeper we investigate, the more we will realize that the death of Homo naledi is only a single clue in a far larger mystery. What kills a human species?
They were once our rivals, neighbors, even lovers. But in the end, every one of our forgotten cousins faced the same shadow slowly tightening around their throats. Extinction. A fate written not in a single moment, but in a relentless sequence of betrayals by the Earth itself, by biology, and above all, by us. Climates shifted violently. Glaciers surged forward, consuming valleys like crushing jaws. Droughts burned the land until berries and water vanished. And small populations of Neanderthals, Denisovans, Naledi, and other now unnamed human branches collapsed inward under the suffocating weight of isolation. Each birth a gamble, each death a catastrophe, while diseases found easy purchase in thinning groups lacking immunity to pathogens carried by wandering Homo sapiens, whose expanding populations turned sickness into a silent weapon. And still, even where survival was possible, we made sure it was no longer shared, because competition for the same caves, the same mammoths, the same rivers sharpened into conflict where spear met bone and fire drove family screaming into the dark. But the greatest violence was not the battles we remember in stories, but the simpler, quieter one: replacement. Because our ancestors were fertile with heirs, our babies more numerous, our tribes better connected, and so time itself became our blade. Every child born of us and them was counted as us,
every generation diluting memories of those who stood beside us, until they were no longer enemies, nor allies, nor anything at all. Just whispers in the night telling myths of monsters shaped like men while their bones crumbled in dirt. And even in the places they seem strongest, like the caves of Europe where Neanderthals mastered survival for 200,000 years, we arrived with something more dangerous than strength. Networks, alliances, art, shared information that let us adapt faster than disaster could kill us. Because while they face a cold snap with the same tools they had used for ages, we invented new ones. While they sheltered in familiar caves, we crossed oceans and marched over mountains. Our curiosity weaponized into conquest, and evolution, blind, uncaring, placed its final bet on the ones who would never stop expanding, never stop consuming, never stop wanting more than the world could give. So the last Neanderthal did not fall with a heroic scream, but with a final breath, alone in the forest, unaware it was the end of an entire kind. Just as the last Denisovan child perhaps died of a simple infection, just as the last Naledi vanished deep below the ground, and now their entire histories, their triumphs, their loves, their discoveries exist only as fragments in our veins, reminders of a million-year family that ended with a massacre disguised as progress. And the bitter twist is this: those extinctions were not accidents of survival. They were the first warning signs that Homo sapiens is a species that does not coexist. We consume, we absorb, we erase. And as we stare back into the abyss of our ancestry, seeing how thoroughly a human species can disappear, a darker question begins to rise through the soil, cold and slow, asking, if evolution chose us because we destroy our rivals so efficiently, then what happens when there is only us left and nowhere left to push the danger but inward? Because the story isn't finished, and in our blood hides the legacy of those we outlived, waiting to awaken in the next chapter, the legacy in our DNA.
Even after their voices fell silent, after their tools rusted into dust and their footprints were swallowed by shifting earth, the other humans did not truly disappear, because every living person today carries echoes of their survival strategies and their final screams hidden inside ourselves, coded reminders of battles they fought so we could win life in their place. And though the world believes humanity stands alone now, the truth is we are never alone. Not in blood, not in memory, not in the ghostly architecture of our genetics, where 1 to 2% of your DNA may belong to Neanderthals, who once stood shoulder to shoulder with enormous mammoths beneath icy moons, and up to 5% in some populations belongs to the Denisovans, whose lungs were forged in near-death altitudes where the air could kill others, but elevated them into mountain-born titans, their legacy shaping Sherpas today, who climb Everest as if it were a simple hill. And even the tiny Flores hobbits and Naledi may have left signatures not yet decoded, like locked doors in the human blueprint, guarding evolutionary tricks that once allowed small-bodied humans to thrive in darkness and isolation where we would fail. And as geneticists dig deeper, they keep finding surprises that rewrite everything we thought we knew. A Siberian girl with a Neanderthal mother and Denisovan father. Proof of forbidden unions that created hybrid children with abilities no single species earned alone. Meaning that humanity didn't just conquer, we fused, we absorbed, we became stronger because we were a mosaic of the fallen, inheriting immune defenses from Neanderthals to fight ancient diseases, inheriting Denisovan oxygen processing genes to explore the edge of the sky, inheriting instincts, fears, strengths that evolved in worlds we've never seen. And suddenly the question shifts from why did they vanish to something far more unsettling. How much of them still lives inside us?
Because beneath our modern skin and our cities and screens, the ancient code still whispers and sometimes erupts in ways we don't understand. Aggression that feels older than civilization, anxiety that spikes in the dark when our eyes search trees for predators that no longer exist, obsessions with fire, with tools, with dominance itself. All reactions shaped by species who spent nights clutching spears under unfamiliar stars. And if we are the product of everything eliminated before us, then every lost human species is still here, buried in the marrow, hiding behind our smiles, shaping the very concept of human. And so the final twist is that extinction gave them immortality. And yet, there remains an even more haunting possibility explored by archaeologists staring at fresh dug bones and unexplained footprints. What if some cousins didn't die out at all? What if the shadows of the forest still protect a pair of eyes not quite like ours? What if legends calling them wild men are the last scraps of truth refusing to disappear? Because after discovering 3 new human species in just the last 2 decades, what else might be waiting under the next cave stone or untouched jungle floor? And if they are found alive, the greatest question of all will return like a chilling echo from the Paleolithic. Can our species ever truly share the world with another? But before we search the forest for survivors, we must go back to where we first walked as hybrids of the conquered, back to when humans learned not only to endure the Earth's wrath, but to reshape the Earth itself. The dawn of a dangerous power that would determine who rises next in human evolution.
If we found 3 lost human species in the last 20 years, how many more wait beneath the earth? How many stories still lie locked in caves, beneath jungles, frozen under ancient ice? Bones that remember a world before us. Our origins are not finished. History is not complete. And the deepest secrets of humanity have only just begun to surface.
Long before the pyramids pierced the Egyptian sky, before Mesopotamia's ziggurats touched the heavens, there were civilizations older than history itself. Cities built on water, temples carved from stone heavier than imagination, kingdoms that vanished without a trace, leaving only whispers beneath sand, sea, and forest. What were these people capable of? How did they shape the world, and why were they lost to time? Tonight, we journey across continents and millennia, from the sunken city of Dwarka to the floating labyrinth of Nanmadol, from the Andean megaliths of Pumapunku to the forgotten temples of Nubia, to uncover the mysteries of humanity's vanished past. The answers may change everything we thought we knew about civilization. Beneath layers of soil and silence, evidence of builders, priests, and astronomers who shaped stone long before written words. For centuries, we believed civilization began around 3500 BCE with Sumer, that everything before that was primitive. But recent discoveries have shattered that timeline. And it all began with a mound of earth in southeastern Turkey. In 1994, a German archaeologist named Klaus Schmidt, working with the German Archaeological Institute and the Schindlerfa Museum, began excavations at a site locals called Göbekli Tepe, the Potbelly Hill. At first glance, it seemed like hundreds of other mounds scattered across the Anatolian plateau, piles of rock and debris left by ancient settlements. But within weeks, Schmidt realized he had stumbled upon something that defied the entire story of human civilization. Buried beneath layers of sediment were massive T-shaped limestone pillars, some towering over 5.5 meters, 18 feet high, and weighing up to 20 tons each. They were carved with intricate reliefs: lions, vultures, scorpions, snakes, boars, animals of a world long gone. And the carbon dating results stunned the world. 11,600 years old, around 9600 BCE. That's 7,000 years before Stonehenge and 6,000 years before the pyramids of Giza. According to everything historians thought they knew, this should have been impossible. The end of the last ice age had only just passed. Humanity, we were told, still lived as nomadic hunter-gatherers, with no agriculture, no cities, no organized religion. But Göbekli Tepe stood as proof of complex spiritual and social organization, a structure that required planning, labor division, and architectural precision. Dr. Schmidt described it in his 2011 publication Göbekli Tepe, a Stone Age Sanctuary in Southeastern Anatolia, published by the German Archaeological Institute, as the world's first cathedral. The pillars were arranged in circular enclosures. Enclosure D, the most famous, measured nearly 20 meters in diameter. At its center stood two larger T-shaped monoliths, facing one another, almost like deities in silent dialogue. Each pillar bore symbols: foxes leaping across the stone, birds carrying heads, serpents coiling upward, imagery scholars still debate today. Some archaeologists interpret them as totemic representations, perhaps guardians or ancestral spirits. Others, like Dr. Jens Nattroff of the German Archaeological Institute, suggest they form part of a broader system of Neolithic cosmology, a symbolic bridge between earth and sky. To raise pillars of that size without metal tools, beasts of burden, or the wheel required genius. The limestone was quarried from the surrounding hillside, carved using flint tools, and hauled hundreds of meters using manpower alone. Experimental archaeology estimates 500 people could have erected a single enclosure, each project taking years of effort. That implies food storage, social cooperation, leadership, and ritual motivation, all supposedly absent from hunter-gatherer societies. But at Göbekli Tepe, those primitive people were already building monuments of staggering complexity. Radiocarbon data from Schmidt's team, verified in Science Magazine Volume 299, 2003, confirmed the earliest layers date to between 9600 and 8800 BCE, with later phases continuing for nearly 1500 years. Even more mysterious, around 8000 BCE, the entire site was intentionally buried. Layer upon layer of debris covered the pillars, as if its builders wanted to protect or conceal their creation. When Göbekli Tepe was active, the climate of the Fertile Crescent was shifting. The last glacial period had ended, and lush grassland spread across what's now southeastern Turkey. Nearby communities like Navali Chori and Chayonu were beginning to experiment with early farming. Yet Göbekli Tepe predates those villages. This suggests religion, or shared spiritual purpose, may have come before agriculture, not after. As Professor Ian Hodder of Stanford University observed in a 2018 lecture, it may not be that agriculture allowed for temples, but that temples created the social glue that made agriculture possible. In other words, humans might have built Göbekli Tepe not because they had civilization, but to create it. The carvings are a language we still cannot read. Some scholars, like Dr. Trevor Watkins of the University of Edinburgh, propose the imagery encodes cosmological myths: life, death, rebirth. One relief shows a headless man with an erect phallus, surrounded by dangerous animals. Interpretations range from initiation rituals to symbolic depictions of cosmic death and renewal. Another stone bears what some see as an abstract map of the night sky, with vultures and scorpions aligning roughly with constellations visible around 10,000 BCE. This theory, popularized by Martin B. Sweatman and Dimitrios Sakritsis in their 2017 paper, Mediterranean Archaeology and Archaeometry Journal, suggests the carvings record a catastrophic comet impact that marked the beginning of the Younger Dryas, a sudden cooling period around 10,800 BCE. Not everyone agrees, but the possibility adds weight to an emerging narrative that Göbekli Tepe's builders carried memories of cataclysm and encoded them in stone. For decades, archaeologists assumed organized religion evolved after stable settlements, a byproduct of cities needing moral order. But Göbekli Tepe flips that logic. Here, we find no evidence of permanent dwellings, no hearths, no agriculture. Instead, only sacred architecture. It appears that nomadic groups gathered seasonally to build, worship, and feast, uniting around shared myths. The labor itself may have been part of the ritual. Animal bones found at the site, gazelle, auroch, wild boar, show signs of large communal feasting, possibly sacrifices. According to zooarchaeologist Joris Peters, University of Munich, these were events of symbolic consumption, acts of devotion as much as nourishment. When seen this way, Göbekli Tepe becomes the missing link between the wandering bands of prehistory and the organized city-states that followed millennia later. By around 8000 BCE, construction stopped. The enclosures were filled deliberately with debris, crushed limestone, broken tools, and animal bones. Dr. Schmidt theorized this was a ritual burial, a deliberate act of closure. Perhaps the beliefs that built Göbekli Tepe evolved, or the society itself moved on. When modern farmers first discovered the hill, they had no idea a Stone Age cathedral lay beneath their feet. It would remain hidden for nearly 10,000 years, until the mid-1990s when radar scans and excavations exposed its secrets once more. Göbekli Tepe's age aligned suspiciously close to the Younger Dryas boundary, when Earth underwent dramatic climate change, sudden floods, melting ice, and shifting coastlines. Archaeologist Graham Hancock, though controversial, argues this may not be a coincidence. In his 2015 book, Magicians of the Gods, he suggests Göbekli Tepe could be the work of survivors from an earlier lost civilization, preserving knowledge through the chaos. Mainstream archaeology remains cautious. The majority view, expressed by Dr. Lee Clare of the German Archaeological Institute, is that it represents the pinnacle of local hunter-gatherer innovation, not a remnant of Atlantis, but proof of how rapidly human ingenuity can evolve. Either way, both sides agree. Göbekli Tepe forces us to rethink everything we thought we knew about the origins of civilization. Standing amid those ancient pillars, you can feel something almost alive. The carvings are not random art. They are memory made solid. Each symbol, each animal frozen in motion, whispers a message across 12 millennia. It tells us that even in the deep past, humans sought meaning beyond survival. They watched the heavens, feared the wild, honored the dead, and dreamed of gods. Göbekli Tepe is not just the world's first temple. It is the first evidence of what makes us human, our desire to give shape to mystery. Göbekli Tepe stood for centuries, then was buried, as if to guard a secret. But across the world, other monuments tell the same story. Temples built before time, cities swallowed by the sea, myths that remember what history forgot. Our next journey takes us far from Turkey's dry plains to the western coast of India, where waves conceal the ruins of another enigma. A city once thought to exist only in legend until divers found its streets beneath the ocean.
Off the coast of modern-day Gujarat, where the Gulf of Khambat meets the Arabian Sea, the waters hide an ancient legend. Hindu texts speak of Dwarka, the gateway to the gods. For centuries, scholars treated it as myth, a luminous city said to have been built by Lord Krishna only to sink beneath the sea when his earthly life ended. But in the late 20th century, sonar scanners began to whisper a different story, a story that forced archaeologists to ask, was the myth of Dwarka a memory of something real? The city of Dwarka first appears in the Mahabharata and the Harivamsa Purana, composed between 400 BCE and 400 CE, though the oral traditions are far older. The texts describe a shining coastal capital with 72 pillared palaces of gold, silver, and jewels, connected by causeways and harbors. When Krishna departed the mortal world, the story says, the sea advanced and swallowed the city. For millennia, that line was dismissed as poetic allegory, until explorers found something unusual on the seabed. In 1963, the Marine Archaeology Center of the Archaeological Survey of India, ASI, began surveying Gujarat's coastal shelf. Divers recovered ancient pottery fragments, anchors and stone blocks near Bet Dwarka Island, about 30 kilometers off the mainland temple town that bears the same name. The real breakthrough came in the 1980s when Dr. S.R. Rao, a senior ASI archaeologist who had previously excavated the Indus Valley site of Lothal, led systematic dives around Dwarka's modern harbor. His team discovered massive stone walls, jetties, and rectangular foundations at depths of 3 to 10 meters. In 1988, Rao published his findings in Marine Archaeology in India, Volume 1, Number 1, asserting that the submerged ruins represented the earliest known port city of the Indian subcontinent, dating between 1500 and 1700 BCE. But later expeditions hinted it could be even older. At the dawn of the new millennium, in 2001, scientists from India's National Institute of Ocean Technology, NIOT, deployed side-scan sonar in the Gulf of Khambat, roughly 20 kilometers from the coast. The sonar images revealed a complex grid of geometric structures spread across nearly 9 square kilometers, rectilinear blocks, a suspected street layout, and possible tank-like depressions. Samples retrieved by marine dredging were sent for analysis to the National Geophysical Research Institute in Hyderabad. Among the finds, a piece of carbonized wood dated by the National Geophysical Research Laboratory to 7,190 plus or minus 130 years BP, approximately 5,200 BCE, using accelerator mass spectrometry. Pottery shards and microlithic tools consistent with early Neolithic technology. If the association of these artifacts with the structures is valid, then the site predates the Harappan civilization by nearly 2,000 years, placing it among the world's earliest urban experiments. Not everyone accepted those dates. Marine archaeologist Dr. Jane McIntosh of Cambridge noted in A Peaceful Realm, The Rise and Fall of the Indus Valley Civilization, 2001, that sediment movement in the Gulf of Khambat is extremely strong. Artifacts could have been displaced from multiple eras. Similarly, Dr. Jonathan Mark Kenware, University of Wisconsin-Madison, argued that without in situ stratigraphic control, linking carbon samples to the architectural grid is speculative. Still, even conservative critics agree the sonar patterns merit further study. In 2004, the NIOT and ASI jointly confirmed the presence of man-made features and announced plans for 3D mapping using sub-bottom profilers. The work continues intermittently today, although poor visibility and strong currents make detailed excavation extremely difficult. Divers report long rows of cut stone blocks, some measuring over 2 by 1 meters, arranged in right-angled patterns. Others form what appears to be a harbor wall or jetty, with L-shaped extensions resembling docks. If these are indeed remnants of ancient urban planning, they echo the sophisticated water management seen later at Lothal, 2400 BCE, a known Harappan port about 130 kilometers away. Ceramic fragments recovered by Rao's team display a distinctive redware style with black painted designs, similar to those from late Harappan levels but fired at lower temperatures, perhaps a transitional culture between the Mesolithic and Bronze Age phases. Geological cores from the Gulf of Khambat analyzed by Dr. Rajiv Nigam, National Institute of Oceanography, Goa, 2002, reveal that around 7,000 to 6,000 BCE, global sea levels were 30 to 40 meters lower than today. That means large portions of the continental shelf, now underwater, were once habitable plains traversed by the ancient Saraswati-Indus river system. When post-glacial melting accelerated, the sea gradually inundated these low-lying regions. Dwarka, if located on that shelf, could indeed have been submerged between 6,000 and 3,000 BCE, matching both geological data and India's flood myths. The Mahabharata describes Krishna warning his followers that the sea would reclaim the land. This city will no longer exist.
it shall be the play of waves and currents. To believers, the underwater ruins are that prophecy made real. To historians, they may represent a cultural memory of Holocene sea level rise, one of the most dramatic environmental shifts humans ever experienced. Dr. Nyanjo Lahiri in Finding Forgotten Cities, 2005, notes that Indian myths often encode genuine geological events. Dwarka's drowning could echo coastal flooding remembered across generations. On shore, the modern Dwarkadish temple stands as a spiritual descendant of the lost city. Beneath it, excavations have revealed sequential habitations from the 2nd millennium BCE through the early Common Era. Layers of pottery, beads, and shell artifacts showing continuous ritual significance. The persistence of worship across thousands of years suggests an unbroken sacred geography. Even as the shoreline shifted, the faith anchored itself to the same coordinates. The sea may have taken the city, but not its spirit. Collaborations with the Birbal Sahni Paleosciences Institute aim to refine sediment dating using optically stimulated illuminescence, OSL, which can determine when quartz grains were last exposed to sunlight, a crucial method for sites lacking organic material. If confirmed, Dwarka would represent one of the earliest known maritime urban centers, a missing link between inland Harappan trade networks and later Indo-Arab seafaring traditions. Critics remind us that extraordinary dates like 5200 BCE rely on context that's difficult to prove underwater. Supporters countered that repeated sonar mapping shows unmistakably human geometry. Between them lies a truth both camps acknowledge. The Indian coastline holds layers of history that global archaeology has barely touched. As sea levels continue to rise today, those archives are vanishing faster than we can read them. Across the world, other ruins echo Dwarka's fate. In Japan, the Yonaguni Monument lies beneath the East China Sea. In Egypt, the harbor of Heraklion sleeps under the Mediterranean. Each tells the same story: human settlements succumbing to the relentless rhythm of tides and time. When viewed together, these submerged cities map not myth but memory, a record of humanity's long negotiation with a changing planet. Perhaps the legend of Dwarka endures because it speaks to something timeless, the fear that even our greatest works are impermanent. Temples rise, oceans claim them. Yet through story and stone we reach back across millennia, rebuilding in imagination what the sea erased. In every wave, wrote the 12th century poet Jayadeva, the Lord still dwells. Maybe that is why pilgrims still journey to Dwarka, to stand where faith and archaeology meet, where myth breathes through the salt air. If Göbekli Tepe rewrote the origins of civilization and Dwarka blurred the boundary between myth and memory, the next mystery challenges geography itself. Thousands of kilometers east, scattered across the Pacific, lies a city built not on land but on the sea, a labyrinth of basalt towers resting upon coral reefs. A civilization that defies the tides and, like the others, vanished into legend. Far from the coasts of India, beyond the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, lies an island chain shrouded in mystery. Ponte, part of the Federated States of Micronesia. Hidden among its palm-lined lagoons and volcanic peaks rests a place so extraordinary that early European explorers refused to believe it could exist. Nan Madol, a city built on water, a labyrinth of stone, and, for centuries, a kingdom lost to time. Western records of Nan Madol begin in the late 1800s, when German ethnographer Hermann W. Müller and others charted the Caroline Islands. They described a series of artificial islands connected by canals, built entirely of stone, floating like a mirage amid the lagoons. Early sketches and maps from the 1880s to 1990s show the vast scale of the city, nearly 100 artificial islets covering more than 0.7 square kilometers, each reinforced with towering basalt walls. The locals, speaking in the Pohnpian language, called it Nan Madol, meaning spaces between, a reference to the network of canals that separate the stone platforms. According to local lore, the city was founded by twin sorcerers, Olosopa and Olosipa, who brought their magical powers from a distant land. Legends tell of stones that floated across the lagoon, guided by incantations, and of an entire dynasty, the Saudelur, whose rulers wielded absolute authority from the stone palaces. Early anthropologist H.E. Maud, in Of Islands and Men, Studies in Pacific Anthropology, 1968, noted that oral tradition preserves a memory of social stratification, ritual power, and ceremonial architecture, hinting at a complex society that once rivaled any mainland kingdom. What makes Nanmarol so enigmatic is its construction. The city is built almost entirely from massive basalt logs, some weighing up to 50 tons. These stones were quarried from 10 kilometers away, on the island of Kapingamarangi, and transported across coral reefs and lagoons without modern machinery. Archaeologists like D.J. Rubin, in Pacific Science 1987, described the feat as a monumental human achievement, rivaling megalithic constructions anywhere in the world. The canals, now partially silted, allowed small canoes to navigate the city. Each artificial islet served a specific purpose: temples, elite residences, tombs, and ceremonial spaces. The walls were built using a dry stone technique, stacking basalt columns with precision, allowing them to withstand centuries of tropical storms and tidal fluctuations. The ingenuity raises an obvious question. How did a relatively small population undertake such a massive engineering project without written records, wheels, or draft animals? Some scholars speculate that ritualized labor and strong hierarchical organization under the Saudelur dynasty made it possible. Others suggest that floating stones or rafts could have been employed, though no definitive evidence survives. Carbon dating of charcoal and coral samples places the initial construction of Nanmadol around 1200 CE, continuing into the 17th century, roughly 500 years of human effort. Dr. Hiroshi Matsuda of University of Tokyo, 1993, notes that the earliest structures correspond with the rise of the Saudelur rulers, who centralized power and impose strict social order. Artifacts found within the city include pottery, shell tools, beads, and ornaments, evidence of trade networks extending across Micronesia and possibly into Polynesia and Southeast Asia. Nanmadol was not a static settlement. It evolved, expanded, and adapted over centuries, reflecting both environmental challenges and shifts in political power. The Saudelur rulers held absolute authority, their power reinforced by the city's architecture. Each islet served as both a residence and a ceremonial space. Temples housed sacred relics, while tombs held members of the ruling family. Some walls feature intricate basalt carvings, though erosion has erased most detail. Ethnographer E. H. Bryan, Jr., 1933, The Island Civilization of Micronesia, recorded that the rulers maintained strict control over food, labor, and religious practice. Violations of custom were met with severe punishment, reinforcing a hierarchy that endured for centuries. By the 17th century, the Saudelur dynasty fell, replaced by the Nanmarki chieftains, who dismantled much of the centralized power. Nanmadol gradually declined, its canals silted, and its artificial islands abandoned. Yet the city did not vanish entirely. Even centuries later, the scale and sophistication of the ruins left European explorers awestruck. Some described it as the Venice of the Pacific, a floating city of stone lost in the lagoon mist. Modern archaeology began in earnest in the 1930s, led by C.W. Chouette and later H.E. Maud. Systematic surveys mapped the canals, measured basalt walls, and collected artifacts.
In the 1980s and 1990s, Japanese and Micronesian teams used aerial photography, sonar mapping, and radiocarbon dating to confirm the scale and chronology. Recent studies 2015-2020 by the University of Guam and the Micronesian Maritime Institute employ 3D laser scanning and GIS mapping, revealing previously unknown channels and platforms, evidence that Nanmadol may have been even larger than previously thought. Nanmadol is more than a marvel of engineering. It is a window into a lost Pacific culture, illustrating how humans can adapt to extreme geography, organize labor, and create enduring ceremonial architecture. The canals symbolize more than transport. They reflect the social and spiritual order, a city built on water where control of movement reinforced hierarchy, ritual, and governance. Ethnographer William W. Fitzhugh, Smithsonian Institution, 1992, notes that the city's layout encodes power, cosmology, and ritual practices in stone, a silent language of governance and belief. How did such a society arise on a small island, far from the river valleys that gave rise to most ancient civilizations? Some researchers suggest Nanmadol is part of a broader pattern of maritime city building, comparable to Harappan ports like Lotho, or even coastal settlements in Southeast Asia. Others, fascinated by the scale and precision of the basalt placement, speculate about lost technological knowledge transmitted orally, through ritual, and through generations of labor. As with Göbekli Tepe and Dwarka, Nanmadol challenges our assumptions. Civilization need not emerge in fertile river valleys alone. It can flourish wherever humans impose structure, order, and vision. Nanmadol endures as a testament to human ingenuity, ambition, and the will to shape the environment. But it also reminds us of impermanence. Rising tides, erosion, and changing ecosystems gradually reclaimed the city. The Saudelur rulers vanished, their monuments partially buried under coral and water. What survives today is not only stone and mortar, but memory. Myths preserved in song, story, and oral tradition. From the tropical waters of the Pacific, our journey now turns inland, to the highlands of South America, where another enigma awaits. Here, in the Andean Plateau, stonework reaches astonishing precision, rivaling any megalithic site in the world. A civilization that carved monoliths weighing hundreds of tons, and left questions no scholar has fully answered. High in the Andean Plateau of Bolivia, overlooking the shimmering waters of Lake Titicaca, lies a site that defies explanation, Puma Punku, Door of the Puma in the Aymara language. Unlike the submerged city of Dwarka or the floating basalt labyrinth of Nanmadol, Puma Punku is inland, yet its mysteries are no less profound. Its massive stones, some weighing over 130 tons, are carved with precision so exact that even modern engineers struggle to replicate it. Here, in the ruins of Tiwanaku civilization, we encounter stonework that challenges assumptions about ancient technology, organization, and the very timeline of human civilization. Tiwanaku, the greater polities surrounding Puma Punku, flourished between CE 500 and 1000 CE, though some dating suggests human activity at the site as early as 1500 BCE. German archaeologist Arthur Poznansky, who began extensive studies in the 1920s, proposed that Puma Punku predates the Inca by more than a millennium, and possibly even aligns with a lost epoch of Andean culture. The Tiwanaku people were skilled agriculturalists, engineers, and architects. They transformed high-altitude wetlands into raised field systems, allowing dense populations to thrive in otherwise harsh conditions. Puma Punku stands as their ceremonial and political heart, a site of power, spirituality, and technical ingenuity. Puma Punku is famous for its megalithic stone blocks, many of them precisely cut to interlock without mortar.
Some remarkable details. H-shaped blocks used as connectors, allowing stones to fit together like modern Lego pieces. T-shaped monoliths reminiscent of Göbekli Tepe, though carved much later, suggesting a symbolic or functional link across continents. Smooth, perpendicular cuts on blocks weighing over 100 tons, carved with such precision that even today some cuts appear to be made with metal saws or advanced tools. Archaeologists estimate that millions of tons of stone were quarried and transported from nearby sites, including the Kuchuni Quarry, nearly 10 kilometers away over difficult mountainous terrain. No definitive evidence of advanced metal tools has been found that could account for Pumapunku's precision. Archaeologists Jean-Pierre Protzen, University of California, Berkeley, 1993, and Alan Colata, University of Chicago, 1993, studied the blocks and concluded, quote, "The craftsmanship is extraordinary. The precision is beyond what we would expect for a culture that, as far as the record shows, had only Bronze Age technology." End quote. Experimental reconstructions using stone, wood, and copper chisels show that shaping even a single block could take months. Multiply that by hundreds of massive stones, and it becomes clear that Pumapunku required not just labor, but a highly organized society with long-term vision and engineering knowledge. Pumapunku, like Tiwanaku's larger complex, is aligned with astronomical events. Studies by Avini, 1981, Sky Watchers of Ancient Peru, indicate that the site aligns with solstices and equinoxes, suggesting that the Tiwanaku were astronomers as well as engineers. Some stone carvings may encode celestial constellations, water cycles, and seasonal agricultural calendars. This precision indicates a sophisticated understanding of geometry and observation. By the 11th century CE, Tiwanaku society declined, likely due to climatic shifts, including prolonged droughts affecting agriculture. Pumapunku itself was largely demolished, blocks toppled, structures dismantled, possibly as part of internal upheaval or ritual deconstruction. European explorers in the 16th century reported local legends of enormous stones moved by giant spirits or supernatural beings, testimony to the awe the site inspired even in oral tradition. Modern archaeological studies began in earnest in the late 20th century, with teams from Bolivia, Germany, and the United States employing 3D laser scanning to map block positions, petrographic analysis to determine stone origin, radiocarbon dating of charcoal layers between the stones, yielding dates consistent with CE 500 to 600 CE. Dr. Dirk van der Meer, 2010, notes that the construction techniques suggest modular planning, implying a central blueprint and precise measurements. Some researchers propose the blocks were carved in quarries, transported via stone rollers and inclined planes, then assembled like a giant jigsaw puzzle. Yet skepticism remains. Moving stones weighing over 100 tons without advanced machinery is a feat difficult to replicate today. Pumapunku echoes a pattern seen at Göbekli Tepe, Dwarka, and Nanmadal. Monumental stone construction, sophisticated planning and labor organization, alignment with celestial or environmental phenomena. While separated by thousands of kilometers and centuries, these sites suggest that humans, across different cultures, repeatedly developed extraordinary technical and architectural abilities far earlier than mainstream history credits. Some theorists, including Graham Hancock, 2015, Magicians of the Gods, argue that Pumapunku may preserve knowledge inherited from a prior, advanced, and now lost civilization. Mainstream archaeologists caution against speculation, but acknowledge the site's exceptional nature. Standing amid the fallen blocks, one cannot help but marvel. Stones weighing 80 to 130 tons, precision cuts, angles, and interlocking shapes, modular designs spanning hundreds of meters. The people of Tiwanaku built with purpose, skill, and vision, yet left no written explanation. Pumapunku communicates only through stone, geometry, and alignment, challenging us to imagine their intentions and capabilities. Pumapunku demonstrates 1. Engineering mastery predates industrial technology. 2. Social organization was sufficient to mobilize and sustain massive labor forces. 3. Astronomy and architecture were intimately connected, guiding religious, ceremonial, and agricultural life. It is a testament to the ingenuity of human societies, proof that complex civilizations arose independently across the globe, adapting to diverse environments and challenges. From the high Andes, our journey moves into the heart of Africa, to a land of pyramids and stone cities that predate Egypt's dynasties. Civilizations that emerged independently, built monuments of stone and sand, and vanished into the shadows of history.
South of the Nile's Great Delta, beyond the well-trodden sands of ancient Egypt, lies a land of forgotten kingdoms, Nubia. For millennia, Nubia was home to civilizations as old, as complex, and as mysterious as its northern neighbor. Yet its temples, pyramids, and cities remain largely unknown to the modern world. Here, monumental architecture and sacred sites testify to a people who mastered stone, water, and faith long before the rise of pharaohs. Nubia stretches along the Nile from Aswan in Egypt to Khartoum in Sudan, encompassing regions inhabited by the Kerma, Napatan, and Meroic cultures. The earliest organized settlement, Kerma, emerged around 2500 BCE, contemporaneous with Egypt's Old Kingdom. Archaeological evidence from Kerma, excavated by Charles Bonnet, 1970s-1980s, reveals complex urban planning, including mud brick houses, granaries, and early religious structures. Temples dedicated to deities such as Apademek, the lion-headed warrior god, and Amun, reveal a sophisticated pantheon. Later kingdoms, including Napata, c. 900 to 300 BCE, and Meroe, c. 300 BCE to 350 CE, continued monumental building traditions, constructing pyramids with steep angles, temples, and ceremonial plazas. Historically, Nubia was both a trading partner and a rival of Egypt. Egyptian pharaohs coveted Nubian gold, ivory, and cattle, while Nubians sometimes dominated southern Egypt. Archaeological surveys, such as those by George Reisner, 1920s, and Dowles Dunham, 1930s-1940s, documented pyramid fields at Meroe and Nuri, revealing over 200 pyramids, some containing elaborate burial chambers, gold jewelry, and inscriptions in Meroic script. Unlike Egyptian pyramids, Nubian pyramids are smaller, steeper, and often built in clusters, indicating different ceremonial or religious priorities. The Temple of Amun at Jebel Barkal, excavated by George Reisner and later by the University of Khartoum, illustrates Nubia's mastery of monumental stonework. Massive sandstone blocks carved with reliefs of kings, gods, and ceremonial scenes. Columns with lotus and papyrus motifs similar to Egypt, yet adapted to local aesthetics. Ceremonial avenues, often lined with sphinxes and stelae, demonstrating urban planning and ritual design. Carbon dating of organic materials at Jebel Barkal places the temple's construction around 750 BCE, though earlier structures underlie the current edifice, suggesting continuous occupation for over a millennium. The Meroic pyramids at Nuri and Meroe also featured temple chapels, blending religious function with funerary architecture, an early example of integrated sacred city planning. Many Nubian cities lie buried beneath desert sands or submerged by the waters of Lake Nasser, created during the construction of the Aswan High Dam, 1960s. The UNESCO-led international campaign to save the monuments of Nubia, 1960 to 1980, documented and relocated dozens of temples, including Abu Simbel, but countless others remain inaccessible, including ruins of Kerma's sacred precincts and Meroic urban complexes. excavations at Kerma, conducted by Swiss archaeologist Charles Bonnet, 1970s-2000s, revealed monumental Defufa temples, massive mud brick platforms used for ceremonial and possibly astronomical purposes, dating to c. 2500 to 1500 BCE. These structures suggest that, like Göbekli Tepe, Nubians developed complex religious and civic architecture before or parallel to early Egyptian monumentalism. Nubians demonstrated remarkable skill in stonemasonry. Large sandstone blocks transported from quarries using rollers and sledges. Reliefs carved with precision, often depicting battle, ritual, or divine scenes. Pyramids built with careful alignment and orientation to celestial events, particularly the rising of Sirius. The Defufa temples at Kerma, built over 4,000 years ago, required coordinated labor, knowledge of material properties, and ceremonial engineering, a feat comparable to contemporaneous Mesopotamian and Egyptian constructions. Nubian temples and pyramids were not mere monuments. They were centers of cosmic and political power. Kings were both temporal rulers and divine intermediaries. Temples function as astronomical observatories, ceremonial centers, and repositories of art and knowledge. Ceremonial plazas allowed large gatherings, connecting communities with the sacred landscape. The interweaving of faith, governance, and architecture mirrors patterns seen at Göbekli Tepe, Dwarka, Nan-Madol, and Pumapunku. Societies using monumental construction to codify social, religious, and cosmic order. By 350 CE, the Meroic civilization declined, likely due to environmental changes, including desertification and Nile flooding variations. Political pressures, such as invasions from Axum and later Arab forces. Internal social upheaval leading to decentralized control. The temples and pyramids fell into disuse, and many were buried under sand or abandoned entirely. Unlike Egypt, Nubia's monuments were not preserved in global consciousness, leading to their near-total disappearance until modern archaeology revealed them. In the 20th century, European and Sudanese archaeologists, including George Reisner, Dowse Dunham, and Charles Bonnet, excavated key sites, documenting architecture, inscriptions, and artifacts. Findings included ceramic vessels, jewelry, bronze tools, and stelae. Carbon dating confirmed chronological placement. Kerma, 2500 to 1500 BCE, Napata, 900 to 300 BCE, Meroe, 300 to 350 CE. Remote sensing and satellite imagery in the 21st century revealed additional buried temple complexes and urban grids, hinting at lost networks across the Nile Valley. Despite these advances, much of Nubia remains unexcavated, buried beneath sand and modern settlements, preserving secrets older than written history in Egypt itself. Nubia reminds us that civilization is not a single linear story. Monumental architecture arose independently in multiple regions. Societies adapted to their environment, integrating engineering, religion, and governance. Even when overshadowed by neighbors like Egypt, Nubian kingdoms developed unique cultural identities, leaving a legacy of stone, faith, and innovation. The temples, pyramids, and sacred precincts of Nubia are more than archaeological sites. They are echoes of human ingenuity, whispers from civilizations that shaped history quietly, yet profoundly. From Turkey to India, the Pacific Islands to the Andes, and the deserts of Nubia, we have traced a single thread: humanity's desire to build, to honor, to leave a mark that transcends time. These vanished temples, cities, and monuments challenge our assumptions, proving that civilizations capable of remarkable engineering, astronomy, and social organization existed long before we imagined.
Across time and geography, from the high deserts of Anatolia to India's sunken coasts, from the coral-laden Pacific to the windswept Andes and the sands of Nubia, humanity has left traces of remarkable ingenuity. Civilizations rose, built monumental cities, mastered stone, wood, and metal, organized labor at vast scales, and integrated religion, astronomy, and governance, only to vanish, leaving fragments, myths, and whispers beneath sand, water, and foliage. What binds these stories together is more than coincidence. It is a pattern, a thread running through the tapestry of human history. Göbekli Tepe, c. 9600 to BCE, the first monumental stone temples erected by hunter-gatherers, rewriting our understanding of pre-agricultural societies. Dwarka, c. 5200 to 1500 BCE, a city swallowed by the Arabian Sea, blending myth, memory, and possible archaeological reality. Nanmadol, c. 1200 to 1600 CE, a floating city of basalt in the Pacific, demonstrating mastery of maritime engineering in isolation. Bumapunku, c. 500 to 600 CE, Andean precision cut megalith, revealing engineering sophistication and astronomical alignment. Nubia, c. 2500 BCE to 350 CE, temples, pyramids, and cities that rivaled Egypt, emphasizing ritual, governance, and adaptation to extreme environments. Each site demonstrates human innovation beyond what traditional timelines often allow. Each challenges the notion that complex engineering, social hierarchy, and monumental construction required dense river valleys or written records. When viewed together, these vanished temples reveal recurring themes. 1. Monumentality as power. Civilizations built not just to shelter or trade, but to encode social, religious, and political hierarchies in stone and urban planning. 2. Integration with environment. Coastal plains, islands, mountains, deserts, humans adapted their cities to the local geography, often turning obstacles into defining features. 3. Astronomical awareness. Alignments to solstices, stars, or seasonal events are present at Göbekli Tepe, Bumapunku, and Nubia, suggesting knowledge of celestial patterns guided ritual and construction. 4. Labor organization and vision. Massive projects required planning, coordination, and social cohesion, a testament to the human capacity for collective achievement. 5. Myth-preserving memory. Legends, oral traditions, and religious narratives often encode historical events, as with Dwarka's submersion or Nubia's lost kings, blurring the line between story and memory. The tools and methods of these civilizations remain partially mysterious. Göbekli Tepe, carvings and megalithic construction by hunter-gatherers without metal tools. Bumapunku, H-shaped and precisely cut stones without evidence of advanced metallurgy. Nanmadol, transportation of massive basalt blocks across coral lagoons without modern machinery. These feats imply not only technical skill, but innovative thinking, problem solving, and perhaps knowledge passed through generations in ways modern archaeology struggles to reconstruct. Despite their ingenuity, each society faced impermanence. Rising seas engulfed Dwarka. Environmental change challenged Nanmadol and Nubia. Political collapse or ritual deconstruction altered Bumapunku. Göbekli Tepe's temples were deliberately buried. Monumentality does not guarantee longevity. Time, nature, and human decisions shape which civilizations endure in memory, which vanish, and which leaves tantalizing fragments for us to uncover. Lessons for humanity today. 1. Innovation is universal. Complex societies can emerge in surprising places under challenging conditions. 2. Cultural memory is vital. Oral traditions and myths often preserve kernels of historical truth. 3. Adaptation matters. Civilizations that thrived adapted architecture, agriculture, and social systems to environmental realities. 4. Curiosity is endless. Every discovery, Dwarka beneath the waves, Nanmadol on coral, Bumapunku in the Andes, remind us that history is far richer and stranger than we have ever begun to comprehend. Modern archaeology and technology, satellite imagery, 3D mapping, sonar, radiocarbon dating, allow us to connect to fragments left by these civilizations. Yet even with advanced tools, some questions remain. How were Bumapunku's stones cut with such precision? How did Nanmadol's builders move massive basalt across open lagoons? Were Dwarka's ruins truly submerged in the 6th millennium BCE, or does myth preserve something else? Perhaps the greatest lesson is humility. The past is far larger, more intricate, and more ambitious than we often realize.
We are heirs to a story of creativity, vision, and impermanence, a story that stretches across continents and millennia. As we reflect on these vanished temples, one truth becomes clear. Humanity has always reached for the extraordinary. From monumental circles to sunken cities, from floating stone islands to highland megaliths, the drive to create, organize, and leave a mark transcends geography and error. And yet, these civilizations remind us our works are fragile, susceptible to the forces of nature, political upheaval, and time itself. The ruins we uncover are both inspiration and warning, a mirror reflecting the power of human ambition and the impermanence that shadows it. We began our journey at Göbekli Tepe, the first monumental stone circle, and traced the vanishing footprints of human civilization across the world. From the depths of the Arabian Sea to the coral lagoons of Micronesia, the Andes highlands, and the sands of Nubia, the story is the same. Humans create, adapt, innovate, and yet vanish. The temples, the pyramids, the cities, they are the memory of human potential, carved in stone, submerged in water, hidden in sand. They challenge us to imagine, to explore, and to remember that the story of civilization is far older and far stranger than we have ever begun to comprehend. Civilizations may vanish, but their dreams endure. Their temples whisper across time. Their cities echo in the waves and mountains. And for those who listen carefully, history speaks. We built, we dreamed, we vanished, and yet we remain in memory, in stone, and in the endless curiosity of humankind.
70,000 years ago, the world was a place of immense danger and infinite possibility. A vast stage of deserts, mountains, rivers, and oceans that no human had ever crossed, where survival depended on courage, ingenuity, and the ability to read a world ruled by climate, predators, and scarcity. And it was in this unforgiving environment, in the sun-scorched lands of Africa, that our species stood at a threshold, poised to leave everything familiar behind and step into the unknown, driven not by conquest, but by necessity, curiosity, and an instinct that would define the future of humanity. For every footprint taken beyond the cradle of civilization would carry the promise of life, the spark of innovation, and the enduring legacy of exploration. A journey that would stretch across continents, challenge the limits of endurance, reshape ecosystems, and ultimately connect every human being on Earth through a shared story of movement, adaptation, and survival that began with that first daring step into a world uncharted and unclaimed. 70,000 years ago, under the blazing sun of Africa, a small band of humans lifted their feet from the familiar red earth and began a journey that would stretch across deserts, mountains, rivers, and oceans. A journey that would ultimately shape the destiny of every human to come. And they did so not with maps or guides, but with instinct, observation, and an unyielding drive to survive in a world of predators, famine, and extreme climate. In the Rift Valley, where language, cooperation, and culture were taking their first tentative forms, these early wanderers learned to track animals, read the patterns of seasonal rain, and use fire for warmth, cooking, and protection. Understanding in ways we can scarcely imagine that survival depended on skill, foresight, and unity. Yet, even as they honed these abilities, human populations had once shrunk to mere thousands in a genetic bottleneck that would leave an enduring mark on our DNA, a stark reminder of how fragile early life truly was. Compelled by necessity and curiosity, they began moving beyond Africa, crossing the Bab el-Mandeb Strait into the Arabian Peninsula, where the scorching deserts, unpredictable rivers, and unfamiliar predators tested every ounce of their endurance. And every decision, from when to hunt to where to seek shelter, could mean life or death, forcing communities to innovate sharper tools, clothing from animal hides, and social structures that encouraged cooperation. While encounters with other hominins, such as Neanderthals in Europe and Denisovans in Asia, presented both peril and opportunity, resulting in exchanges of knowledge, culture, and genetic material that still echo in modern humans.
Traveling along the coasts of South Asia and the Indian Ocean, these pioneers began to exploit marine resources, harvesting shellfish and fish, and fashioning rudimentary rafts to follow tides and currents, skills that would ultimately carry them across open water to Australia, a remarkable feat of engineering and courage that permanently altered ecosystems and contributed to the extinction of megafauna, including giant wombats and enormous flightless birds, illustrating how human movement shaped the environment even as the environment shaped them. In Europe, the Ice Age created a frozen barrier, yet humans persevered, using fire, animal hides, and complex hunting strategies to survive sub-zero temperatures, gradually displacing Neanderthals and establishing populations whose tools, art, and symbolic practices revealed an intellect capable of abstract thought, planning, and culture. From spear throwers and blades to cave paintings and ritual objects, demonstrating that survival required not just strength, but imagination, foresight, and collaboration. Across Asia, humans adapted to deserts, forests, and mountains, domesticating dogs, storing food, and building temporary settlements, while producing art and ritual objects that reflected both practical and symbolic thinking, a testimony to a species whose culture and technology evolved hand in hand with migration. And every river crossed, every mountain climbed, and every forest navigated demanded ingenuity, cooperation, and resilience. The eventual crossing into the Americas via the Bering Land Bridge, whether along a coastal route hugging the Pacific or through the ice-free corridor left by retreating glaciers, presented humans with landscapes teeming with previously unknown megafauna, including mammoths, mastodons, and giant sloths, which they hunted with skill and persistence, reshaping ecosystems and driving many species to extinction. Yet they adapted to climates ranging from Arctic tundras to tropical wetlands, and within a few thousand years had spread from Alaska to Patagonia, establishing diverse cultures, languages, and survival strategies that would form the foundation of modern indigenous populations, demonstrating that migration was not merely a movement of bodies, but a crucible of ecological, technological, and cultural innovation. Simultaneously, the peoples of the Pacific Islands, guided by stars, waves, and the flight of birds, embarked on extraordinary voyages across thousands of miles of open ocean, settling islands such as Hawaii, Rapa Nui, and New Zealand, creating societies capable of agriculture, social organization, and maritime navigation that rivaled any contemporary civilization, proving that human ingenuity was bounded only by knowledge, observation, and courage. Throughout these migrations, humans continuously transformed the environment, creating tools, shelters, and social structures that enabled survival and cultural flourishing, leaving traces in DNA, artifacts, and archaeological sites that reveal a story of movement, adaptation, and resilience, and show that every challenge, whether ice, desert, ocean, or predator, prompted new technologies, social strategies, and cultural expression, highlighting the interplay of biology, climate, and intelligence that defines human history. The footprints of these early migrants, from Africa to the farthest reaches of the earth, trace not only survival, but also the origins of language, art, ritual, and social complexity, revealing a species capable of cooperation, abstract thought, and innovation in the face of overwhelming odds, where every river forded, every ocean crossed, and every forest navigated was a triumph of adaptation and endurance, a testament to a relentless curiosity that continues to define us today. Ultimately, the great human migration is a story not of geography alone, but of the human spirit, showing that a fragile population of a few thousand could, through intelligence, cooperation, and daring, colonize every continent, survive cataclysms, reshape ecosystems, and lay the foundations for agriculture, cities, languages, and civilizations, leaving a legacy written in our DNA, our cultures, and the very landscapes we inhabit, a story of exploration, resilience, and transformation that begins in Africa and carries through every corner of the world, reminding us that the desire to move, to adapt, and to thrive is embedded in the essence of humanity, and that the epic journey of our species is one continuous thread linking us to the first brave individuals who dared to step into the unknown. Under the dense canopies of Southeast Asia and along the winding coasts of the Indian Ocean, early humans pressed onward with a mixture of caution and daring, navigating mangrove forests, river deltas, and monsoon-battered shores with tools sharpened by necessity and knowledge honed over generations, learning to harvest shellfish, catch fish with crafted hooks, and ride simple rafts across turbulent waters. Each voyage an experiment in survival that required acute observation of tides, currents, and the behavior of birds and marine life, until they reached the distant continent of Australia, where their arrival marked one of the most extraordinary feats of early human ingenuity, requiring open-sea navigation thousands of years before sails, and leaving an indelible mark on the continent's ecosystems as the megafauna, including giant wombats, marsupial lions, and enormous flightless birds, vanished under the combined pressure of human hunting and environmental changes, demonstrating that wherever humans moved, they reshaped the world even as it shaped them. Meanwhile, in Europe, the icy grip of the last glacial maximum presented a landscape of snow, ice, and predator-filled forests that would have been uninhabitable for lesser species. Yet humans adapted through clothing made of layered hides, controlled fire to provide warmth and protection, and sophisticated hunting techniques that involved coordinated drives and traps, gradually supplanting the Neanderthals in establishing populations whose symbolic thinking is evidenced in cave work, carvings, and burial rituals, artifacts that reveal not only survival skills but also an emerging consciousness capable of abstract thought, cultural continuity, and ritualistic behavior, showcasing the interplay between technology, cognition, and adaptation. As they moved east and north across Central Asia and Siberia, humans faced deserts, steppe, and taiga, enduring extreme winters, hunting large game, and learning to preserve food, construct temporary shelters, and navigate vast expanses of ice and river systems, while simultaneously developing social bonds that ensured mutual protection, knowledge transfer, and communal decision-making, a level of organization that allowed populations to thrive where alone they might have perished, and that also facilitated cultural innovations including ornamentation, symbolic objects, and proto-language, demonstrating that migration was as much about culture and cognition as it was about movement across terrain. The crossing into the Americas presented the next grand challenge, with humans traveling across Beringia, a land bridge exposed during lower sea levels, or hugging the Pacific coastline in early maritime journeys, encountering a new world teeming with species entirely unfamiliar to them, from mammoths and mastodons to giant sloths, and they adapted hunting strategies to each environment, from tundra to temperate forests to tropical wetlands, employing tools, coordinated strategies, and knowledge of animal behavior, gradually spreading from Alaska down to Patagonia over centuries, leaving behind archaeological traces including Clovis points, campsites, and butchery marks, each one a testament to innovation and adaptability, and shaping ecosystems profoundly through hunting, gathering, and later, early plant management, altering the composition of flora and fauna in ways that are still detectable today. As humans reached the islands of the Pacific, Polynesian navigators, guided by the stars, the flight patterns of birds, the motion of waves, and the swells of the ocean, undertook journeys spanning thousands of miles of open water, settling isolated islands such as Hawaii, Rapa Nui, and New Zealand, where they established societies with complex social hierarchies, cultivated crops like taro and sweet potato, domesticated animals, and created tools and rituals suited to the isolation and challenges of these remote environments, demonstrating a combination of maritime skill, ecological knowledge, and social cohesion unparalleled in human history, and proving that adaptation was not limited to land but extended to the mastery of oceanic travel. Throughout these migrations, humans continually transform both themselves and the world around them, creating tools, shelters, and social structures that enable survival, cultural expression, and technological development, leaving behind artifacts, settlement patterns, and DNA that allow modern science to trace their journeys with increasing clarity, revealing a pattern of innovation and adaptation that was dynamic and regionally responsive, from ice-covered tundras to dense tropical forests, from arid steppes to volcanic archipelagos, showing that movement was both a driver of cultural evolution and a consequence of environmental pressures. The story of migration across Asia, Australia, and Europe illustrates a species capable of observing, experimenting, and innovating at every step, learning to exploit rivers, coasts, and forests, mastering fire, food storage, and clothing, and developing symbolic and social behaviors that would form the foundation for future civilizations, while continuously responding to shifting climates, changing ecosystems, and the arrival of new challenges and competitors, showing that human survival was dependent not on brute strength alone, but on intelligence, cooperation, and the capacity to envision solutions beyond immediate necessity. Every footfall, every crossing, every adaptation during this chapter of human expansion tells a story of resilience, ingenuity, and courage, where small groups face extreme environments, unpredictable predators, and vast distances with nothing but collective knowledge and evolving technology, gradually knitting together the network of human settlement across continents, and in doing so, establishing the patterns of culture, social organization, and technological experimentation that continue to resonate in modern populations. As they colonized new territories, humans not only survived but thrived, developing region-specific tools, art, and subsistence strategies, creating the earliest forms of long-term settlements, experimenting with plant management, and leaving behind a record of social and cultural innovation that speaks to intelligence, foresight, and cooperation, illustrating the profound interplay between movement, environment, and culture, and how each migration, whether over land or across water, contributed to the evolutionary trajectory of Homo sapiens. In essence, Chapter 2 of The Great Human Migration chronicles the period when humans mastered coastlines, rivers, forests, and ice-covered plains, crossed vast oceans, and learned to adapt to every environment on the planet, demonstrating that intelligence, collaboration, and innovation are inseparable from the very act of migration, and that every tool, fire pit, dwelling, and artistic expression was both a survival strategy and a testament to a species shaping itself as much as it shaped the world. A narrative of endurance and ingenuity that connects the earliest Australians, Europeans, Asians, and Pacific Islanders to the human story that continues to unfold today.
Crossing from the frozen expanses of Siberia into the uncharted lands of the Americas, early humans embarked on a journey that would define the final great frontier of the Great Human Migration, stepping into territories no human had ever seen, where mammoths, mastodons, giant sloths, and other megafauna roamed the vast plains, forests, and tundras, and where survival demanded ingenuity, adaptability, and cooperation at every turn. As these pioneers learned to track herds, fashion tools capable of killing and processing enormous prey, store and preserve food, and adapt to climates ranging from Arctic ice to tropical wetlands, gradually spreading from Alaska down to Patagonia over centuries, leaving behind campsites, hunting implements, and evidence of ritualistic behavior that reveal both practical skill and the emergence of complex social structures. In the Americas, humans encountered ecological systems entirely distinct from those in Africa, Asia, and Europe, forcing them to innovate new strategies, from the development of Clovis points and spear throwers for hunting large game, to the domestication of dogs as companions and hunting aids, and to understand seasonal migration patterns, plant cycles, and weather phenomena, creating the foundations of knowledge that would sustain communities for generations. While their activities reshaped the landscapes, contributing to the extinction of megafauna and altering vegetation patterns, highlighting the profound impact of human presence on previously untouched ecosystems. Simultaneously in the Pacific, the Polynesian navigators undertook some of the most extraordinary feats of exploration in human history. Guided by the stars, the flight paths of birds, the swell of waves, and subtle shifts in ocean currents, venturing thousands of miles across open ocean to settle islands like Hawaii, Rapa Nui, and New Zealand, establishing agricultural systems for taro, sweet potato, and other crops, domesticating chickens, pigs, and dogs, and creating intricate social hierarchies and cultural practices that allowed communities to thrive in isolated and often volatile environments, demonstrating a combination of maritime skill, ecological understanding, and social cohesion unmatched by any other early societies. Throughout these final stages of migration, humans continuously adapted to diverse climates, landscapes, and challenges. developing clothing, shelter, and tools appropriate to deserts, mountains, jungles, tundras, and islands, while also creating art, ritual, and symbolic expression that speaks to an emergent consciousness capable of abstract thought, planning, and culture, a reflection of the inseparable link between survival and cognition, where every innovation not only ensured existence, but also laid the groundwork for complex societies. Archaeological evidence, including cave sites, hearths, tool assemblages, and ceremonial artifacts, alongside genetic studies tracing founder effects, admixture, and population dispersal, reveals a detailed map of human movement, showing how these final waves of migration connected disparate continents, integrated populations, and generated cultural and technological diversity, while highlighting the immense challenges faced, from navigating ice sheets and glacial rivers to surviving in tropical rainforests and arid deserts, where knowledge of local flora, fauna, seasonal cycles, and terrain was critical. In the Americas, humans developed hunting and foraging strategies that varied regionally, exploiting riverine, coastal, forested, and grassland environments, while also experimenting with early forms of plant management and proto-agriculture, setting the stage for the rise of complex civilizations such as the Olmec, Maya, and Andean societies thousands of years later, showing that migration was both a biological and cultural catalyst, shaping human evolution and societal development simultaneously. The Polynesian expansion across the Pacific further exemplifies human creativity and adaptability, as these voyagers engineered double-hulled canoes capable of long-distance travel, developed celestial navigation techniques, observed ocean swells, and maintained social and kinship structures that ensured knowledge transfer and community cohesion across generations, proving that human survival and expansion relied not only on physical endurance, but on intellectual, social, and technological ingenuity. The ecological impact of these migrations is equally profound, as humans altered landscapes through hunting, fire management, and the introduction of domesticated species, creating new niches for plants and animals, and demonstrating an enduring capacity to influence and transform the environment, for better or worse, a pattern repeated in every corner of the globe from the moment humans first stepped out of Africa. Cultural expression flourished alongside technological adaptation, with symbolic objects, art, ceremonial sites, and ritual practices emerging as integral components of survival, reflecting a cognitive leap that allowed humans to plan for the future, communicate complex ideas, and maintain social cohesion in increasingly large and dispersed populations, showing that migration was a crucible not just of biology, but of culture, intelligence, and creativity. The final stages of the Great Human Migration tell a story of endurance, innovation, and interconnectedness, where every ocean crossed, mountain scaled, river forded, and forest traversed demanded acute observation, cooperation, and problem solving, and where each challenge surmounted contributed to the establishment of a global network of human presence, with distinct yet interconnected cultures, technologies, and survival strategies that would persist, evolve, and give rise to civilizations across continents. In essence, the Americas and Pacific chapters of human migration illustrate the remarkable capacity of Homo sapiens to adapt to new environments, transform ecosystems, and develop culture and technology in response to both challenges and opportunities, a narrative that demonstrates the inseparable relationship between exploration, cognition, and survival. As these humans settled the farthest reaches of the planet, they left behind traces in DNA, tools, dwellings, and ceremonial artifacts, evidence that the story of migration is also a story of human ingenuity, curiosity, and resilience, connecting past to present, showing that the species' ability to move, adapt, and innovate is the foundation upon which modern human societies rest. Every step across the Americas and Pacific Islands represents a triumph over the unknown, a testament to the courage, intelligence, and social cooperation that define humanity, proving that the relentless drive to explore, adapt, and endure is encoded in our very essence, and that the epic journey of our species, from Africa across continents, through ice and desert, over ocean and mountain, is a continuous thread linking every human being alive today to the first individuals who dared to step into a world that no one had ever walked.
As we look back across 70,000 years of human history, the Great Human Migration reveals not just the movement of bodies across continents, but the unfolding of a species' remarkable capacity to adapt, innovate, and survive against every imaginable obstacle. From the sun-scorched plains of Africa to the ice-bound expanses of Siberia, from the vast deserts of the Americas to the remote islands of the Pacific, a journey that required intelligence, cooperation, and courage at every step. And in tracing these migrations through DNA, artifacts, and the remnants of ancient settlements, we see the echoes of those first explorers in every corner of the globe, in the languages we speak, the cultures we inherit, and the technologies we develop, showing that the impulses that drove our ancestors to leave the safety of the Rift Valley, to cross straits, rivers, mountains, and oceans are the same impulses that continue to define humanity today. Each step taken by these early humans was an experiment in survival, an exercise in observation, ingenuity, and social cohesion, where fire, tools, shelter, and art became instruments not just of existence, but of identity, and where the challenges of climate, predators, and unfamiliar landscapes forged communities that were resilient, inventive, and adaptive, capable of transforming their environment while simultaneously being shaped by it, leaving an indelible mark on the world. From the megafauna-driven plains of Australia to the frozen forests of Europe, from the lush river valleys of Asia to the sprawling wilderness of the Americas, and across the endless stretches of the Pacific Ocean, humans adapted to every ecosystem, learning to hunt, gather, farm, navigate, and communicate, weaving a complex tapestry of culture, technology, and knowledge that forms the bedrock of modern civilizations, and revealing that migration was never just a physical act, but a profound cultural and cognitive journey that transformed both species and world. The footprints of these migrations, preserved in genes, tools, art, and oral traditions, connect us to those first daring explorers, reminding us that the drive to move, to learn, and to create is an intrinsic part of being human. That every human alive today carries a legacy of curiosity, resilience, and ingenuity, and that the journey from Africa to every corner of the planet is not merely a story of survival, but a story of connection, innovation, and the shared experience that unites us across time and space.
Before humans built cities, before empires rose and fell, the mind awakened. And the first thing it created was fear. In the flickering shadows of a cave, imagination stirred. Hands pressed into stone, markings left by ancestors who could see beyond the tangible. They drew creatures of half flesh, half spirit, born from curiosity and dread. The mind had learned to anticipate the unknown, to conjure threats before they appeared. Fear became the first teacher. Every rustle in the grass, every crack of a branch, every predator's eyes glowing in the dark was interpreted, analyzed, and remembered. Intelligence was not a gift, it was a weapon. It allowed humans to strategize, to deceive, to strike before being struck. With imagination came foresight. With foresight came planning. And with planning came the ability to dominate others. The first murders, the first wars, the first rituals, the first myths, all were born from the same crucible of thought and terror. The human mind could dream of gods and monsters, create stories that taught rules, justify actions, and manipulate behavior. It was capable of wonder, but equally capable of destruction. From the shadows of fear emerged creativity, but also violence. Every myth, every ritual, every moral rule, every conscience itself was shaped by survival. Humans did not invent these things to live more peacefully. They invented them to outthink, outmaneuver, and survive the threats that they imagined and those that were very real. This is the story of the mind that made humans the most dangerous species on Earth, not because of strength, but because of thought. Intelligence was never neutral. It was forged in fear, sharpened by survival, and wielded as a weapon. Long before empires drew borders on maps, before kings and generals commanded armies, humanity discovered war.
Not in grand campaigns, not in written chronicles, but in the simple, terrifying need to survive. Jebel Sahaba, a prehistoric cemetery along the Nile in Sudan, offers the earliest evidence of sustained conflict. A record of violence etched in bone, preserved for 13,000 years. 61 individuals lie buried there, men, women, and children alike. Many bear multiple injuries, arrowheads still lodged in bones, fractures from repeated blows, scars of battles that occurred over lifetimes. This was not a single violent incident. It was a series of attacks, an enduring struggle between groups, a war born not from ideology, but from fear. The first war emerged from necessity. Early humans were hunter-gatherers, moving through challenging landscapes, dependent on scarce resources, water, game, and fertile land. Contact with rival groups was inevitable. When territories overlapped, competition escalated into conflict. But these were not chaotic skirmishes. The injuries at Jebel Sahaba reveal strategy, premeditation, and an understanding of human behavior. Ambushes targeted individuals in motion. Attacks struck the vulnerable. Survivors carried the memory of assault, shaping social bonds and future decisions. From the earliest war, humans demonstrated that the mind could be as lethal as the sword or the spear. Intelligence amplified fear. Early humans could imagine threats before they appeared, foresee enemy tactics, and anticipate outcomes. This foresight transformed violence into organized aggression. It created strategies, enabled deception, and fostered collective coordination. Jebel Sahaba shows that even before the rise of civilization, humans were capable of planning over long timescales, of executing acts that required cooperation, observation, and calculation. War was not random. It was intentional, a manifestation of cognitive evolution applied to survival. The psychological dimensions are profound. Humans began dividing the world into in-groups and out-groups, forming the first tribal identities. Loyalty to one's group became essential. Suspicion and vigilance toward others became adaptive. This in-group versus out-group distinction forged early social cohesion while simultaneously justifying aggression toward outsiders. Intelligence, imagination, and fear intertwined to produce not only the capacity for violence, but the framework to rationalize it. The mind was weaponized at the communal scale. The material culture of Jebel Sahaba confirms this. Arrowheads were crafted with precision, designed to penetrate flesh and disable foes. Weapons were not mere tools. They were extensions of strategy, shaped to maximize effectiveness in hunting and combat. Violence spurred innovation, fostering foresight, coordination, and planning. Even small-scale conflicts demanded leadership, negotiation, and anticipation of enemy actions, laying the groundwork for early hierarchies and social structures. This first war also introduced the principle of collective memory. Survivors passed stories of attacks, strategies, and betrayal to younger generations. Oral tradition became a repository of knowledge about enemies and allies, terrains and tactics, morality and taboo. Myths, rituals, and cultural rules often encoded lessons learned in conflict, preparing communities for future threats. War became both a physical and psychological instrument, shaping behavior, belief systems, and social norms. In this context, intelligence revealed its dual nature. It could preserve life through cooperation, foresight, and social bonds, but it could also orchestrate destruction with precision and ruthlessness. Jebel Sahaba demonstrated that human cognition was capable of both remarkable adaptation and calculated cruelty. Warfare was not simply a response to need, it was an expression of the mind's capacity to manipulate reality, anticipate outcomes, and impose dominance. The emergence of war fundamentally reshaped humanity. Groups that could plan, strategize, and cooperate outlasted those who could not. Fear and foresight became engines of cultural evolution. Violence was no longer instinctual. It was cognitive, methodical, and purposeful. Intelligence created opportunities for both defense and aggression, and survival dependent on the ability to wield it effectively. From Jebel Sahaba onward, the patterns persist. Every organized conflict in human history, tribal raids, city-state battles, world wars, traces its roots to this earliest war. The mind that conceived of coordinated violence was the same mind that could build shelters, cultivate crops, and eventually create laws and religion. The shadow of Jebel Sahaba stretches across time. The First War was not a singular event, but a demonstration of the human brain's power to imagine threats, organize action, and assert dominance. Humans learned that intelligence could be lethal at scale. Strategy, planning, and foresight transformed survival into dominance. Violence was no longer purely reactive. It could be preemptive, calculated, and sustained. The First War illustrates the terrifying truth of human evolution, that the same mind capable of wonder and creativity could also orchestrate fear, control behavior, and command destruction. The legacy of Jebel Sahaba is clear. Intelligence was not neutral. It was a weapon. Fear, imagination, and strategy coalesced to form the blueprint of organized conflict. Humanity's capacity for war was born not from ideology or morality, but from the simple imperative to survive and dominate. In that crucible of the Nile Valley, the First War revealed that the human mind, awakened and dangerous, could reshape the world through thought as powerfully as through force.
Long before kingdoms, cities, or written laws, violence left its earliest mark on humanity. The first murder was not a story whispered in legend. It was etched in bone, deliberate and precise, a testament to the awakening of the human mind as both creator and destroyer. Archaeological evidence reveals one of the earliest and most chilling examples, the Talheim death pit in southern Germany, dating back 7,000 years. Within that mass grave lay 34 individuals, men, women, and children, slaughtered with brutal efficiency. Stone axes had crushed skulls from behind, arrowheads pierced the flesh of the defenseless. Some victims bore signs of bound wrists, their final moments controlled by hands that understood the mechanics of death. There were no burial rites, no offerings, no time for grief. Only calculation, precision, and intention. The first murder was not an accident. It was a strategy. The attackers were not beasts. They were humans with foresight, with planning, with the ability to predict the reactions of others. Their victims were selected deliberately. Men capable of defending the village, women of reproductive potential, children who could one day become threats or resources. Every detail points to intelligence applied to destruction, an early demonstration that the mind could be a weapon as lethal as any sharpened stone. This capacity required imagination. To strike effectively, one had to anticipate fear, understand behavior, and exploit weakness. The perpetrators of the Talheim massacre displayed a theory of mind far beyond mere survival instinct. They imagined the intentions of their victims, predicted responses, and executed their plan with precision. In doing so, they revealed the first signs of human psychological sophistication, the ability to manipulate, deceive, and dominate. This was not chaos. This was cognition applied to annihilation. Intelligence in this context carried a dark promise. It allowed humans to foresee threats and create opportunities, to manipulate social bonds, and to plan aggression. The act of murder became a tool of strategy, a demonstration that thought could outmatch force alone. Talheim teaches that fear and foresight are inseparable. The human mind learned not only to imagine danger, but to become the danger itself. Survival required more than strength or numbers. It required cunning, calculation, and the ruthless application of knowledge. The psychological implications are profound. Early humans developed paranoia, not as pathology, but as adaptation. Trust became conditional. Alliances were fragile. Awareness of another's mind
The ability to predict intentions was both a gift and a weapon. It enabled cooperation within groups in deception against others. Humans learned to hide motives, disguise emotions, and anticipate betrayal. Intelligence, for the first time, created both protection and peril. Murder at Talheim also reflects the beginnings of social strategy. Decisions were likely collective, guided by leaders who understood both terrain and human behavior. Violence was selective, organized, and goal-oriented, aimed at eliminating future threats. The mind could now calculate not only immediate survival, but long-term advantage. Territory, resources, and lineage became stakes in a psychological game played with lethal precision. Violence became anticipatory, premeditated, and methodical, a fundamental shift in how humans interacted. This first deliberate act of killing transformed the human mind. It demonstrated that intelligence was not neutral. It could serve destruction as readily as creation. Thought could protect or obliterate. Fear could instruct or dominate. And imagination, the same faculty that enabled art, ritual, and myth, was already weaponized, directing not only tools but intentions, shaping the destiny of communities and the course of evolution itself. Talheim is a mirror to the mind, a place where cognition and cruelty intertwined. It is the moment when humanity first realized that survival depended not only on physical strength, but on foresight, deception, and strategic aggression. The first murder marks the birth of conscious choice in violence, the deliberate application of intellect to harm, and the realization that intelligence could create the very dangers it sought to survive. The legacy of that first murder reverberates through history. It informs the evolution of strategy, the conduct of war, and the manipulation of social groups. The mind that killed at Talheim would later construct cities, invent law, and establish religion. But it would also calculate betrayal, orchestrate mass violence, and justify atrocities. Murder is the first proof that human intelligence was double-edged, a capacity for survival and creation, and equally a capacity for destruction. The Talheim massacre teaches that the human mind is not inherently benevolent. Its gifts, planning, foresight, imagination, were as easily applied to annihilation as to protection. The first murder was not merely an act of violence. It was the first demonstration that intelligence could be wielded as a weapon. Fear sharpened the mind, imagination directed it, and intelligence made it lethal. From this point forward, humanity's greatest strengths would always carry the potential for its darkest acts. Survival was no longer a contest of strength alone. It had become a contest of strategy, calculation, and the deadly foresight of thought.
Before written language, before organized religion, before structured morality, humans told stories. Stories were more than entertainment. They were tools of survival, instruments of influence, and weapons of the mind. Myths arose from the same crucible of fear, imagination, and intelligence that gave rise to murder, war, and ritual. They were the earliest way humans made sense of danger, imposed order on chaos, and taught lessons that transcended generations. The first myths did not simply explain the world, they shaped it, controlling perception, behavior, and belief. Cave paintings across Europe, from Chauvet to Lascaux, offer the earliest evidence of myth-making. Figures appear that are not merely animals or humans, but hybrids, creatures of imagination, half man, half beast, sometimes monstrous, sometimes divine. These images were not random. They conveyed meaning, warning, and instruction. A predator with human hands or a beast with human eyes could symbolize both threat and agency. These early narratives encoded morality, survival strategies, and social rules. They were the first scripts in which the mind influenced the mind of another. Myths served multiple purposes. They explained natural phenomena that early humans could not control. Thunder as the voice of gods, eclipses as warnings from spirits, floods as punishment for transgression. They taught moral codes: do not steal, do not harm, respect the elders and the hunters, honor the rights.
They reinforced group cohesion, defining who belonged and who did not. Myths controlled behavior subtly, through story rather than law, embedding lessons in imagination and emotion. The psychological impact of myths was profound. Humans could project fears, desires, and expectations onto imagined narratives. A story of spirits in the dark forest taught caution. A myth of a vengeful god encouraged obedience. By externalizing abstract dangers into stories, humans could anticipate threats, prepare for them, and enforce social norms. Myth-making was an early form of mind control, a cognitive tool that shaped thought and action long before laws or written rules existed. Burial practices further illustrate the power of myth. Graves with offerings, carefully placed bodies, and symbols suggest beliefs in an afterlife or spiritual journey. Myths extended beyond life and death, creating invisible structures of order and consequence. They prepared the living to act according to rules derived from imagined realities. Even in absence of immediate danger, humans internalize these lessons, allowing story to dictate action, behavior, and thought. Myths were also instruments of identity. They defined us and them, delineating insiders from outsiders. Shared narratives bound communities together, providing collective memory, shared fear, and shared awe. In a world of unpredictable predators and rival tribes, unity became survival. The stories that inspired caution, bravery, or loyalty were not neutral. They were shaped by the needs of groups, wielded to maintain cohesion and hierarchy. Intelligence allowed humans to craft these narratives deliberately, turning imagination into a strategic tool. The creation of myths demanded foresight and abstract thinking. Humans had to imagine events, agents, and consequences beyond immediate perception. They had to project fears into symbolic form, recognize patterns, and encode them in a format others could understand. This capacity marks a profound cognitive leap, the ability to externalize thought, influence others through story, and institutionalize fear and morality. Myths became templates for behavior, influencing choices and actions across generations. Stories also served as psychological rehearsal. By narrating dangers and imagining strategies to confront them, early humans practiced problem-solving in a risk-free environment. Myth allowed minds to explore scenarios that might otherwise be fatal. A tale of betrayal, a monster, or divine punishment became a mental laboratory where intelligence, caution, and social insight were exercised. Imagination, once the root of fear, became a mechanism for preparation and social control. Yet myths were double-edged. They were protective and instructive, but they could also justify violence, hierarchy, and manipulation. The same story that warned against danger could sanction aggression against outsiders or rivals. By codifying fear and authority into narrative, myths extended human power. Leaders, shamans, or elders could leverage these stories to control behavior, enforce norms, and manipulate perception. Intelligence, applied to imagination, became social weaponry.
Fear is the seed from which the first religions grew. Long before cities, before agriculture, before writing, humans confronted mysteries they could neither control nor explain. Lightning tearing the sky, storms swallowing villages, death arriving without warning. Hunger, disease, and the unpredictable movements of animals and rivers forced early humans to ask questions they could not answer. The mind, restless and creative, filled the void with invisible forces, spirits, and gods. Religion emerged not from morality, but from necessity. It was a tool to manage fear, impose order, and make sense of a world filled with danger. Göbekli Tepe, in southeastern Turkey, dating back 12,000 years, provides the earliest known evidence of organized religion. Towering T-shaped pillars, some more than 16 feet tall and weighing 20 tons, form circular enclosures carved with images of foxes, snakes, vultures, boars, and other creatures. There are no remains of daily life, No hearths, no homes, no tools. Only ritual. The site suggests that early humans could organize, cooperate, and commit immense energy to constructing sacred spaces before developing agriculture or permanent settlements. Religion came first, shaping social structures and community cohesion rather than following them. The significance of Göbekli Tepe lies not just in its architecture, but in the psychology it reveals. Humans were compelled to confront the unknown, to give it shape and name. Imagination became a survival tool. Ritual and symbolism allowed communities to externalize fear, creating stories and practices that imposed meaning on chaos. Lightning became a sign from the gods. Predators became agents of divine power. Disease became a message from spirits. These interpretations did not alleviate danger, but they gave humans the illusion of control. Religion also fostered cooperation on a scale previously unimaginable. Hundreds of people had to quarry massive stones, transport them over uneven terrain, and erect them with precision. This collective labor was made possible by shared belief. Shared belief in unseen forces allowed humans to suppress individual impulses, work together, and endure hardships that would have been insurmountable in isolation. Fear of the unknown was transformed into social cohesion, binding tribes through ritual, story, and shared awe. Yet religion carried a dual edge. The same beliefs that unified groups could justify aggression against outsiders. Deities and spirits became arbiters of social order, sanctioning violence against those who did not share the same narrative. Religious structures and myths encoded rules, prohibitions, and taboos, guiding behavior and shaping moral systems. Humans learned to wield belief as a tool, not only for comfort, but for control. The psychological impact of early religion is profound. Ritual offered a framework for understanding death, loss, and uncertainty. It reduced anxiety by imposing predictability. Symbols provided meaning where none existed. Religion became a lens through which early humans interpreted the cosmos and their place within it. It was a cognitive adaptation, allowing the mind to manage fear, anticipate threats, and navigate complex social dynamics. Göbekli Tepe also demonstrates the mind's capacity for abstraction. Humans could conceive of forces beyond immediate perception and encode them in symbols. They could imagine the supernatural as an organizing principle. This ability to externalize thought into structures, stories, and objects was a turning point. Humans did not merely react to the world, they shaped it conceptually. Religion is the earliest example of humanity using imagination as both shield and weapon. From a survival perspective, religion was a strategy. It created norms that regulated behavior, reinforced alliances, and guided interactions. Shared belief reduced conflict within the group while justifying hostility toward outsiders. It was the first system in which the human mind manipulated perception, expectation, and social cohesion for practical ends. Intelligence, imagination, and fear coalesced into a structured framework that allowed humans to endure hardship and assert influence. Religion also became the incubator of morality. Rituals taught what was acceptable and unacceptable, instilled fear of consequences, and encouraged adherence to social rules. Yet the moral codes emerging from religion were not universal truths. They were constructs designed to maintain order, reduce anxiety, and maximize group survival. Conscience and morality were nurtured in this crucible of ritual and belief, forming the foundation for later ethical systems. Göbekli Tepe and sites like it remind us that religion preceded agriculture, cities, and civilization. Humans did not invent gods after they had stability, they built stability around their gods. Belief came before food. Faith came before settlements. Fear drove imagination. Imagination created ritual, and ritual became the architecture of social life. Humans were not merely worshippers, they were strategists, using the unseen to manage the tangible, the psychological to govern the physical.
The first religions reveal a truth about human intelligence. It is both protective and dangerous. Religion protected by giving meaning to chaos, guiding behavior, and uniting groups. It was dangerous because it imposed belief, justified aggression, and enabled control over others. The mind, once capable of murder and war, now discovered a subtler form of influence. The same cognitive faculties that imagine threats and enemies could imagine gods, rituals, and cosmic order, and thereby extend the reach of human power into the moral and spiritual realms. Religion, then, is not merely a story of devotion, it is a story of cognition, strategy, and survival. It illustrates how fear shaped imagination and how imagination shaped society. Humans became architects of the invisible, constructing systems that regulated behavior, reduced anxiety, and prepared communities for both cooperation and conflict. Intelligence, once a tool for survival in the face of immediate danger, evolved into a weapon for social organization and psychological influence. The first religions were humanity's earliest laboratories of thought, where the mind, fear, and imagination intersected to create order, cohesion, and power. From the rituals of Göbekli Tepe to the pantheons of later civilizations, the pattern is clear. Human intelligence was never neutral. It was forged in fear, honed in strategy, and applied as a weapon, first in the act of survival, then in the shaping of society itself. Religion demonstrates that the mind could protect, manipulate, and dominate, laying the foundation for everything that followed: myths, laws, morality, and the conscience itself. The human mind, awakened, had become as formidable as it was creative, and nothing would ever be the same.
Conscience did not appear fully formed. It was not an innate gift handed down by evolution like opposable thumbs or language. It was a construct, a product of imagination, fear, and intelligence, working together to regulate behavior within increasingly complex social groups. As humans developed the capacity for self-awareness, they began to perceive themselves as agents within a web of relationships, actions, and consequences. With this self-reflection came guilt, shame, and the understanding of right and wrong, concepts designed not by morality itself, but by necessity. The birth of conscience coincided with the emergence of increasingly sophisticated social structures. Early humans were no longer solitary hunters. They were members of cooperative groups where survival depended on trust, reciprocity, and adherence to shared rules. Yet trust was fragile. Memory of betrayal, observation of aggression, and the capacity to predict intentions created an environment in which social cohesion required psychological mechanisms beyond instinct alone. Conscience emerged as a mental tool to navigate this landscape, a system to regulate behavior, anticipate social consequences, and internalize moral rules. Evidence of early moral cognition appears in both ritual and social practice. Burial rituals, the careful placement of the dead, and the offerings accompanying interment suggest awareness of ethical and spiritual frameworks. These acts were not merely symbolic. They reflect the early human mind's capacity to distinguish between actions considered right and wrong, to project consequences beyond immediate survival, and to imagine a social order extending beyond the self. Conscience allowed humans to internalize rules, anticipate judgment from others, and regulate impulses before action was taken. The psychological mechanics of conscience are profound. Self-awareness enabled humans to simulate the perspectives of others, to imagine how their actions would be perceived, and to feel guilt or pride based on anticipated social evaluation. Intelligence amplified this process. Humans could foresee the ramifications of lying, stealing, or harming a group member. Fear of social sanction, combined with imagination, created a mental framework in which moral behavior was advantageous. Conscience was adaptive. It stabilized communities,
reduce conflict, and enhance survival. Yet the same mind that created conscience also invented ways to manipulate it. Humans could feel guilt, but they could also exploit it in others. Leaders, shamans, and elders use moral codes to enforce obedience, control behavior, and justify actions. Intelligence allowed the invention of rituals, myths, and taboos that leveraged the conscience as a tool for social cohesion or domination. The capacity to break rules, deceive, or transgress with foresight was equally a product of the same cognitive evolution that produced moral awareness. Conscience, therefore, was both a stabilizer and the weapon, an instrument of both cooperation and control. The development of conscience marked a turning point in human evolution. Violence, war, and myth had demonstrated the destructive and influential power of the mind. Religion had codified fear and established social norms. Now, conscience internalized these lessons. Humans were capable of regulating themselves, anticipating consequences, and evaluating their behavior not merely in terms of survival, but in terms of social acceptability. Morality was no longer external alone. It became an internal guide, shaping thoughts, decisions, and relationships. This transformation had profound implications. The emergence of conscience enabled complex social structures, hierarchical systems, and collective cooperation. Groups with members capable of self-regulation and ethical foresight were more likely to survive and thrive. At the same time, the mind retained its capacity for cunning, deception, and manipulation. Guilt, shame, and moral reasoning could be used to inspire trust or to coerce, to build loyalty or enforce obedience. Intelligence, imagination, and conscience were now fully intertwined, creating a psychological architecture of extraordinary power. The birth of conscience illustrates that intelligence was never neutral. It was adaptive, strategic, and instrumental. Every moral judgment, every ethical reflection, every internalized rule emerged from the mind's need to survive in a social context. Humans could anticipate threats, predict responses, and adjust behavior accordingly. They could feel empathy, but they could also exploit it. The mind that created morality also created ways to subvert it, proving once again that intelligence is a tool, and the tool is only as benevolent as its wielder. Conscience also amplified self-awareness. Humans could now imagine themselves as moral agents capable of choice and reflection. This self-reflection expanded the mind's capacity to manipulate reality, to predict reactions, and to enforce social norms. Guilt became a guide, shaping thought and action. Moral imagination became a weapon, as humans used the internalization of rules to govern not only behavior, but perception, reputation, and influence. In essence, conscience was humanity's most sophisticated cognitive tool yet. It codified morality, stabilized groups, and regulated behavior. It extended the reach of imagination and intelligence into the domain of ethics, enabling humans to cooperate at scale while maintaining vigilance against betrayal. Yet it retained the same duality as all previous cognitive innovations. It could be used to protect, to unite, to inspire, and equally to manipulate, control, and dominate. The first conscience reveals a fundamental truth about the human mind, that intelligence is inherently strategic. Thought, imagination, and self-awareness evolved not for altruism alone, but for survival, cohesion, and advantage. Every moral impulse carries the potential for both good and harm, and every ethical reflection is intertwined with calculation. The birth of conscience marked the culmination of an evolutionary trajectory in which fear, imagination, and intelligence coalesced to create not only the capacity for violence, deception, and domination, but also the capacity for empathy, collaboration, and social order.
Humans had learned to wield the mind itself as a tool, shaping behavior, regulating impulses, and enforcing norms. From the first murder to the first war, from religion to myth, and finally to conscience, intelligence had transformed from a survival mechanism into a cognitive arsenal, capable of reshaping reality both externally and internally. The mind had become the ultimate weapon, and conscience was its crowning refinement.
The human mind is a paradox. It creates, it destroys, it imagines, it manipulates. Every tool we have ever crafted, every story we have ever told, every rule we have ever obeyed bears the mark of intelligence honed not merely to survive, but to dominate. From the first murder to the first war, from the earliest rituals to the myths that guided behavior, and finally to the birth of conscience, one truth emerges. The human mind did not evolve to be peaceful, it evolved to win. Fear was the crucible in which intelligence was forged. Before humans could build cities, invent agriculture, or write laws, they learned to anticipate threats. They imagined danger, predicted the actions of others, and prepared to act with foresight. Murder was not random, it was planned. Violence was not instinctual, it was calculated. Early humans transformed cognition into strategy, and strategy into survival. From Talheim to Jebel Sahaba, the evidence is clear. Intelligence and fear were inseparable. Fear taught foresight, foresight sharpened intelligence, intelligence weaponized fear. The first religions took this evolution further. Humans, confronted with the unknown, externalized threats into the supernatural. Göbekli Tepe, monumental and mysterious, demonstrated that fear could be harnessed into ritual, cooperation, and control. Religion imposed order, unified tribes, and codified morality. It provided psychological tools for managing uncertainty, but it also became a weapon. Beliefs could justify violence, enforce obedience, and manipulate perception. Intelligence, imagination, and fear converged to create social power structures that extended beyond the immediate and tangible. Myths amplified the mind's reach. Stories of monsters, spirits, and divine retribution encoded lessons of survival, morality, and social cohesion. They prepared humans for danger, guided behavior, and reinforced tribal identity. Myths were more than narrative. They were early systems of influence, subtle instruments of control that leveraged imagination to shape action. Every tale was a cognitive tool, turning fear into guidance and compliance, anticipation into strategy, and morality into social enforcement. Conscience emerged as the mind's most sophisticated weapon. Self-awareness, moral reflection, and internalized rules allowed humans to regulate behavior, anticipate judgment, and navigate complex social systems. Yet the same faculties that created conscience could manipulate it. Guilt, shame, and morality could be harnessed to influence, coerce, and dominate. Intelligence had reached its apex. Humans could now govern not only the external world, but the inner world of thought itself. The pattern is undeniable. Every evolutionary advancement, from foresight to imagination, from ritual to myth, from morality to conscience, reveals a single principle. Intelligence was applied as a weapon. Every invention, every story, every law, and every moral code was a tool for survival, social cohesion, or influence. Violence was the first teacher, fear was its catalyst, imagination was the medium, and intelligence was the wielder. Humans learned to use their own minds as instruments of both creation and control. History bears the imprint of this cognitive trajectory. Empires rose through foresight and planning, justified by myths and religion, stabilized by conscience and moral codes. Wars were fought not only with weapons, but with strategy, propaganda, and psychological influence.
Societies developed rituals, stories, and laws that enforced behavior, reduced uncertainty, and maintained hierarchy. Every structure, every belief, every system reflects the same principle first evident in prehistoric acts of violence and ritual. The human mind is a tool, and every tool can be a weapon. Understanding this reveals a deeper truth about humanity. Intelligence did not evolve for comfort. It did not evolve for altruism. It evolved for advantage. Survival depended on anticipation, manipulation, and the ability to shape perception. Cooperation existed alongside deception. Morality existed alongside violence. Fear existed alongside imagination. The duality of the mind, its capacity to create and destroy, has been with us since the beginning. To understand humanity is to understand that our greatest strengths carry the potential for our greatest dangers. The grand reveal, then, is not a single event, but a pattern spanning millennia. Talheim, Jebel Sahaba, Göbekli Tepe, cave myths, and the emergence of conscience all demonstrate the same principle. Intelligence, once awakened, became a weapon of survival. Every innovation, from tool to ritual, from myth to moral code, was forged in the crucible of fear and honed by necessity. The human mind is both marvel and menace, capable of extraordinary creativity and equally extraordinary destruction. As we examine history, the lesson is clear. Intelligence is neither benevolent nor inherently moral. It is strategic. It is adaptive. It is dangerous. Every act of creation carries the potential for manipulation. Every moral rule carries the potential for coercion. Every story carries the potential to shape thought and action. From the first murder to the birth of conscience, humanity's cognitive journey reveals that our greatest power, our intelligence, is also our most potent weapon. The human mind did not awaken to live peacefully. It awakened to survive, to dominate, to shape reality. And in doing so, it created gods, monsters, rituals, laws, and conscience itself. Every step of this evolution reflects a singular truth. Fear, imagination, and intelligence are inseparable. Violence, religion, myth, and morality are manifestations of the same cognitive force. The grand reveal is that humans are dangerous not only because of what they do, but because of what they think. Intelligence, once awakened, became the ultimate weapon.
If intelligence made us dangerous in the beginning, it still does today. The same mind that learned to predict threats, anticipate betrayal, and wield the imagination as a weapon continues to shape the world. Technology, culture, law, and society are all extensions of that same cognitive power. Tools forged in fear, honed by strategy, and amplified by intelligence. We create systems, we tell stories, we invent rules, but always with the potential to manipulate, control, or destroy on a scale our ancestors could never have foreseen. The human mind is both marvel and menace. It built civilizations and destroyed them. It imagined gods and monsters, and it waged war in their names. It gave rise to morality, yet invented ways to subvert it. The trajectory of humanity is clear. Intelligence is never neutral. It is adaptive, strategic, and lethal when necessary. Every creation, every invention, every law and story is shaped by a mind evolved to survive first, to dominate second. The question that remains haunting is this: if intelligence once saved us, allowing our ancestors to survive against predators, rivals, and uncertainty, can it now threaten us in ways we cannot fully imagine? As we stand amid cities, machines, and global networks, we must confront the same duality that shaped our earliest ancestors, the same faculties that gave rise to cooperation, culture, and morality also carry the potential for manipulation, violence, and destruction on a scale our ancestors could never have foreseen. If fear and imagination made us dangerous once,
They still do. The human mind, the ultimate weapon, shapes the world with every thought, every decision, every story we tell. And in the end, the greatest challenge may not be the threats around us, but the mind that created them, and the mind that must now learn to control itself.
Before the first pyramids rose in Egypt, and long before the Great Walls of Rome or the temples of Sumer, humanity was already constructing societies of remarkable sophistication in a frozen world that stretched across continents, a world dominated by glaciers, mammoths, and the harshest of climates, yet populated by humans who, though few in number, displayed ingenuity, cooperation, and cultural complexity far beyond what most imagine when they think of the Ice Age. Across Europe, Asia, and the Americas, people organized themselves into social hierarchies, developed long-distance trade networks, created ritual practices, and engaged in the earliest forms of politics and proto-warfare, building systems of interaction that prefigured the civilizations that would arise tens of thousands of years later. And evidence of these achievements has been painstakingly unearthed by archaeologists and anthropologists who are gradually rewriting our understanding of prehistory. In Eastern Europe, vast settlements constructed from mammoth bones, tusks, and hide reveal communities capable of engineering feats that rivaled the first stone constructions of later cities, with burial sites richly adorned with red ochre, ivory, and ornaments that suggest inherited status, spiritual authority, and social hierarchy, demonstrating that leadership was earned and ritualized rather than imposed purely through strength, while the placement of structures and tools indicates careful planning, resource management, and a communal vision that allows societies to thrive under conditions of extreme cold and limited resources. Seasonal gatherings, where hundreds or even thousands of individuals converged, functioned as proto-cities, facilitating trade, marriage alliances, knowledge sharing, and collective decision-making, while evidence from Siberian mega-camps shows that humans coordinated labor, hunting, and construction on a scale that implies complex social organization, communication networks, and the earliest forms of governance. Long-distance trade connected communities across hundreds of kilometers, with obsidian from distant volcanoes, marine shells from faraway coasts, and pigments such as ochre exchanged not only for practical use but also as symbolic markers of status, identity, and cultural affiliation, reflecting a level of social sophistication that challenges the assumption that civilization required urban centers or writing to exist. Across Beringia, the land bridge linking Siberia and the Americas, humans carried tools, symbolic practices, and knowledge across continents, establishing early networks that would shape pre-Clovis populations in the New World, where sites like Monteverde in Chile, the Galt site in Texas, and White Sands in New Mexico demonstrate organized settlements, labor specialization, strategic hunting practices, and evidence of social negotiation and territorial management, revealing a society capable of both cooperation and conflict. Leadership in these Ice Age societies was multifaceted, combining hunting skill, ritual authority, and social intelligence, often mediated through councils or assemblies that balance merit, tradition, and consensus, suggesting the earliest forms of political organization and proto-diplomacy, while archaeological evidence of injuries, defensive positions, and fortified areas reveals that conflict, though structured and intermittent, was an important driver in social evolution, encouraging strategic thinking, alliance building, and negotiation. Symbolism and ritual played central roles in daily life, with artifacts, carvings, and ceremonial arrangements serving as instruments for social cohesion, transmission of knowledge, and reinforcement of authority, demonstrating that culture and governance were intertwined even tens of thousands of years before formalized writing or urban centers existed. Ice Age humans demonstrated remarkable cognitive sophistication, with planning, foresight, and abstraction evident in their tools, art, and architecture, showing that early humans were capable of innovation, problem-solving, and collective action in environments of extreme challenge, mastering the movements of megafauna, predicting seasonal cycles, and creating networks of knowledge and social connection that allowed their communities to thrive. The construction of mammoth bone structures required coordination, labor management, and long-term planning,
while pigment caches, carved figurines, and ceremonial artifacts indicate a society that valued memory, identity, and social continuity, transmitting lessons and authority across generations, a practice that would underpin all later human civilizations. Across continents, humans created networks of trade, marriage, ritual, and communication that connected disparate communities, fostering cooperation, cultural cohesion, and shared innovation, while simultaneously navigating the tensions of competition and rivalry, balancing cooperation and rivalry in ways that required nuanced social understanding and strategic foresight. These societies were not simply surviving, they were shaping their world with intention, embedding knowledge into their material culture and social structures, and creating invisible systems of governance, social order, and cultural memory that would resonate across millennia. Evidence from Europe, Siberia, and the Americas shows that even in harsh Ice Age environments, humans organized themselves with a level of complexity that rivals later Bronze Age civilizations, developing proto-economic systems, ritual institutions, and political hierarchies, demonstrating that the foundation of civilization was being laid tens of thousands of years before recorded history. Every artifact, from finely crafted blades and spear points to pigments and figurines, tells a story of cognitive sophistication, social intelligence, and cultural continuity, revealing that the Ice Age was not a period of simple survival, but a crucible of innovation, social organization, and cultural expression, where humans learned to negotiate, cooperate, and compete in ways that shaped the course of history long before cities or states existed. Seasonal migrations, management of megafauna, and coordination of communal hunts demanded collective strategy and leadership, while ritual practice, symbolic artifacts, and social norms ensured cohesion and identity, proving that humans were capable of constructing complex social networks and governance systems even in the most challenging of environments. Across Eurasia and the Americas, Ice Age humans demonstrated ingenuity, adaptability, and intelligence, creating the first invisible threads of trade, diplomacy, and cultural transmission, linking communities across vast distances and establishing systems of knowledge and authority that would endure and evolve over tens of thousands of years, laying the groundwork for the eventual rise of urban civilization and formalized states. These early societies, though often invisible beneath ice, soil, and time, show a human story of remarkable resilience, creativity, and ambition, with the cognitive, social, and cultural foundations of civilization already in place, challenging the conventional view that history began with cities, writing, or kings, and revealing that humanity's capacity for organization, leadership, art, and cultural complexity stretches far deeper into prehistory than previously imagined, demonstrating that the story of civilization begins not with recorded history, but with these extraordinary communities thriving amidst glaciers, mammoths, and relentless environmental challenge, forging alliances, building structures, and creating meaning in ways that would resonate for millennia.
As we leave behind the mammoth bone settlements of Europe and the mega camps of Siberia and step into the Americas, it becomes increasingly clear that Ice Age humans were operating on a scale of social, political, and cultural sophistication that far exceeds any prior assumptions. For here, in the vast landscapes of pre-Clovis North and South America, people were not merely surviving, but actively shaping their environments, coordinating seasonal migrations, constructing settlements with deliberate spatial organization, and managing resources in ways that allowed communities to thrive for generations, despite harsh climates and limited technology. While evidence of social differentiation, labor specialization, and ceremonial practice indicates a society deeply attuned to both its members and the wider network of groups with which it interacted. Sites such as Monteverde, Galt, and White Sands reveal settlements with clearly defined living spaces, storage areas for food and tools, and evidence of ritualized activity, suggesting that these were not temporary hunting camps, but intentional constructions designed to support social cohesion, facilitate decision-making, and allow for cooperation across complex groups, while long-distance trade of obsidian, marine shells, and pigments demonstrates an early form of economy,
where objects were valued not only for utility, but for symbolic and social significance, reflecting alliances, status, and shared cultural identity that spanned hundreds of kilometers. Leadership in these communities was multifaceted, integrating hunting prowess, spiritual authority, and social intelligence, often mediated through informal councils or assemblies that distributed power, resolved disputes, and coordinated collective action, demonstrating a nuanced understanding of governance, negotiation, and the balancing of individual and communal needs that would echo in the political structures of later civilizations. While evidence of strategic conflict, fortified areas, and defensive positioning indicates that warfare, though limited, was practiced with planning and social consideration rather than chaotic violence, contributing to the evolution of territoriality, strategy, and diplomacy. Ritual and symbolic expression permeated these societies, with carved figurines, ochre pigmentation, and ceremonial arrangements serving both as spiritual instruments and as mechanisms for social cohesion, transmitting knowledge, reinforcing hierarchy, and creating shared meaning across generations, while the careful placement of artifacts and structures suggests a sophisticated understanding of the power of memory, symbolism, and identity in maintaining societal stability. Across Beringia, the land bridge connecting Siberia to the Americas, humans carried not only genetic material, but also ideas, technologies, and cultural practices, establishing early networks that link distant populations, facilitated innovation, and ensured the transmission of skills, knowledge, and ritual practice across continents, all while adapting to extreme environmental conditions that demanded ingenuity, cooperation, and foresight. The management of megafauna, including mammoths, bison, and reindeer, required sophisticated ecological knowledge, planning, and coordination, with hunting strategies that depended on communication, timing, and collective action, reflecting both environmental intelligence and social organization, while the construction of shelters, ritual spaces, and communal structures indicates a capacity for architectural planning, resource allocation, and engineering that would not be surpassed for millennia. Ice Age humans were deeply aware of their surroundings and the consequences of their actions, developing complex social rules, cultural norms, and symbolic practices that governed behavior, resolved conflicts, and maintained cohesion, demonstrating that cognition, foresight, and social intelligence were as central to survival as physical skill and endurance. Trade networks, ceremonial gatherings, and seasonal migrations were not incidental, but central to maintaining alliances, distributing knowledge, and ensuring communal stability, creating proto-economic, political, and cultural systems that allowed humans to negotiate scarcity, exchange innovation, and coordinate action across vast distances. The integration of ritual, hierarchy, and economic interaction created societies in which governance, culture, and survival were inseparable, proving that humans were capable of creating enduring social frameworks and cultural memory long before cities, writing, or kingdoms emerged. Archaeological evidence of tools, pigments, and symbolic artifacts demonstrates a cognitive sophistication in planning, abstraction, and problem-solving, while the placement of graves, ceremonial items, and public spaces indicates a social intelligence attuned to identity, memory, and continuity. From Europe to Siberia and across the Americas, humans were constructing complex social networks, creating systems of interaction, trade, ritual, and governance that would persist and evolve, showing that civilization did not appear suddenly, but emerged gradually from the accumulated innovations, cooperation, and ingenuity of Ice Age communities. These early humans were not only hunters and gatherers, but also strategists, diplomats, artisans, and ritualists, capable of planning long-term projects, coordinating large groups, and transmitting knowledge and cultural values across generations, forming the first invisible structures of governance and cultural continuity that underpin all later civilizations. Social organization was reinforced by ritual, art, and symbolic expression, with every pigment, tool, and ceremonial object acting as a vehicle for memory, authority, and identity, creating cultural cohesion and ensuring the persistence of knowledge across time, while long-distance trade connected disparate communities, allowing for the exchange of ideas, technology, and social norms, and fostering networks of interdependence and collaboration that would prefigure the economic and political systems of the historical era. Leadership in these communities was both practical and symbolic, balancing merit, ritual authority, and social negotiation, with councils and assemblies mediating disputes, allocating resources, and orchestrating communal labor, demonstrating that political thought, diplomacy, and governance have deep roots extending tens of thousands of years into prehistory, and that the principles underlying states, kingdoms, and empires were being practiced in embryonic form long before written history. Conflict and competition were present, yet managed, structured, and strategic, teaching lessons about negotiation, territory, and alliance building, while ritual, art, and communal practice ensured cohesion, identity, and continuity, creating societies that were resilient, adaptable, and sophisticated. Ice Age humans were active participants in their environment, shaping landscapes, manipulating resources, and creating enduring cultural and social legacies, demonstrating that civilization is not defined solely by cities, writing, or monumental architecture, but by the capacity for organization, governance, ritual, and collective action, all of which were already present in these extraordinary communities. Across continents, evidence of settlement planning, seasonal coordination, trade networks, and ritualized behavior reveals the depth of social, cognitive, and cultural complexity, proving that the roots of human civilization are far older than previously imagined, and that humanity's capacity for ingenuity, cooperation, and cultural expression stretches back tens of thousands of years into the Ice Age. From mammoth bone villages in Europe to Siberian ceremonial sites and pre-Clovis settlements in the Americas, the archaeological record preserves a story of human resilience, intelligence, and ambition, showing us that the first empires were not built of stone and brick, but of social networks, trade, ritual, and knowledge, and that these invisible structures provided the foundation upon which all later civilizations would rise. These Ice Age societies, though often hidden beneath glaciers, soil, and time, demonstrate that humans were capable of creating worlds, negotiating alliances, managing resources, and transmitting culture and authority across generations long before the first cities or states appeared, proving that the essence of civilization, hierarchy, trade, diplomacy, ritual, and governance was already alive in humanity tens of thousands of years before history officially began, and that the story of civilization begins not with kings, scribes, or monumental stone, but with ordinary people in extraordinary circumstances, who, in a world of ice, mammoths, and relentless environmental challenge, built societies, forged networks, and created enduring legacies whose traces continue to illuminate the origins of human complexity, ingenuity, and culture, reminding us that the foundations of all that we call civilization were laid long before the first written record, in the frozen landscapes of the Ice Age, by humans whose intelligence, ambition, and creativity shaped the very course of history.
40,000 years ago, Europe was a continent of ice, wind, and shadowed forests. Glaciers carved deep valleys, rivers roared through the lowlands, and herds of mammoths and reindeer migrated across a vast, unbroken wilderness. Amidst this harsh environment walked a species that had mastered survival over hundreds of millennia, the Neanderthals. Stocky, muscular, perfectly adapted to the cold, they had lived in Europe and Western Asia for at least 300,000 years. Their hands carved stone tools with extraordinary precision, their fires warded off the long winter nights, and their social structures ensured the survival of the young, the elderly, and the sick. They were not primitive. They were survivors, the rulers of a world shaped by ice and beast alike. And then the Homo sapiens arrived. Not in a single wave, nor with a grand plan, but slowly, methodically, spreading northward from Africa and the Levant. They carried with them a different set of advantages, a more gracile physique, enhanced adaptability, and most crucially, a capacity for cultural innovation that allowed them to respond to environmental stress more flexibly than Neanderthals. They could communicate across distances, coordinate in larger groups, and invent new tools rapidly, skills that would tip the balance in their favor over time. The first encounters between these two species were not violent in every instance.
Genetic evidence confirms multiple interbreeding events, leaving a mark that persists in all non-African humans today. The fact that 1 to 2% of modern DNA carries Neanderthal markers shows that these meetings were often intimate, nuanced, and at times cooperative. Some sites suggest that Neanderthals and Homo sapiens exchanged tools, techniques, or even cultural ideas. There may have been trade, imitation, or mutual observation. For a period, the two species shared more than just geography. They shared knowledge and perhaps even curiosity. Yet coexistence was fragile. While Neanderthals excelled in endurance and cold weather survival, their populations were small, fragmented, and isolated. Most groups numbered fewer than 50 individuals, often spread across vast territories. In contrast, Homo sapiens had larger social networks that allowed innovations to spread quickly, increasing survival odds under changing conditions. The advantage was subtle, cumulative, and ultimately decisive. Around 45,000 years ago, Homo sapiens had reached Europe proper. Here, the stage was set for a collision of two intelligent species. Archaeological evidence from sites like Ksar Akil in Lebanon, Bako Kiro in Bulgaria, and Grotta del Cavallo in Italy show overlapping occupation layers where stone tools, pigments, and ornaments appear in both Neanderthal and sapiens contexts. These sites illustrate a delicate dance of coexistence, sharing the same landscapes, yet not always occupying the same caves or hunting grounds simultaneously. Imagine a valley in southern France. A Neanderthal family moves silently across the snow, tracking reindeer through pine forests, their breath clouds in the cold air, their hands steady as they fashion a spear. Across the ridge, a Homo sapiens group surveys the same herd, speaking in words unfamiliar to the Neanderthals, yet achieving the same purpose. Both species rely on observation, strategy, and cooperation within their own groups. Both are capable hunters. Both are fully human in the most profound sense. Environmental pressures intensified over the next millennia. Europe experienced cycles of warming and cooling, forcing both species to adapt or perish. Neanderthals with small populations and narrow social networks faced increasing vulnerability. A poor hunting season or disease outbreak could decimate an entire group. Homo sapiens, on the other hand, could draw on larger social networks, sharing knowledge about hunting, fire-making, and shelter construction across communities separated by hundreds of miles. Adaptability, more than strength or endurance, became the ultimate currency of survival. By 40,000 years ago, Neanderthal populations were already in decline, a pattern that would accelerate over the next several thousand years. Yet even in their final centuries, they demonstrated intelligence, sophistication, and cultural depth. Evidence from burial sites such as La Chapelle aux Saints and Shanidar revealed deliberate interment of the dead, often accompanied by flowers or pigments, practices that suggest ritual, care, and social cohesion. Neanderthals were fully capable of thought, emotion, and complex social bonds. They were, in every sense, human. This period of overlap also shows early signs of competition. While interbreeding and cultural exchange occurred, the presence of two intelligent species in the same territory inevitably led to conflict over hunting grounds, shelter, and resources. Archaeological layers reveal trauma on bones, embedded arrow tips, and signs of violent encounters, evidence that survival was not merely a matter of endurance, but of rivalry. This is a silent, subtle war, unfolding over decades, yet leaving a lasting imprint on both species' genetic and cultural legacy. By reconstructing these landscapes, we see that the Neanderthals' strength, their endurance, their muscle, their cold adaptation, was also their vulnerability. Their ability to innovate slowly meant that they could not match the rapid technological evolution of Homo sapiens. Their isolation reduced genetic diversity, making them susceptible to disease and environmental stress. And while they had mastered Europe for hundreds of millennia, a species arriving from the south, flexible and numerous, was changing the rules of the game. This is the beginning of the end, but it is not sudden. The fall of the Neanderthals was gradual, a slow erosion of territory, population, and influence. As Homo sapiens spread north and west, Neanderthals retreated to isolated refuges, their numbers dwindling, their culture contracting. Sites in southern Spain, the Caucasus, and isolated Italian valleys represent some of the last footholds of a species that once dominated a continent. Their legacy, however, was not erased entirely. Through interbreeding, they became part of the genetic foundation of modern humans. In their decline, they left a silent mark that survives to this day.
As Homo sapiens advanced across Europe, the Neanderthals' world began to shrink. Valleys once teeming with game grew silent. Seasonal patterns shifted unpredictably. The steady rhythm of survival that had governed Neanderthal life for hundreds of millennia now faltered under the pressure of a new competitor. The cold, the ice, the megafauna, these were no longer the primary threats. Instead, the challenge came from a species that was similar yet profoundly different: Homo sapiens. The archaeological record reveals a fascinating duality. On one hand, Neanderthals were learning from sapiens. In sites such as Grotte de Rennes in France, researchers have uncovered bone tools, beads, and ornaments that appear to be influenced by sapiens' culture. Pigments, previously rare in Neanderthal sites, suddenly appear alongside traditional Mousterian tools. The Neanderthals were not static. They were capable of innovation and symbolic thought. Yet these advances came too late, too slowly, to counter the broader pressures they faced. Homo sapiens' adaptability was decisive. Their toolkits changed rapidly, introducing long-range weapons, refined hunting strategies, and clothing suited to harsh climates. Their social networks enabled them to share innovations across vast distances. A technique learned in one valley could appear hundreds of miles away in decades, giving them an evolutionary advantage that Neanderthals could not match. Even when Neanderthals adopted similar tools or behaviors, they did so in a delayed and localized manner. By then, sapiens had already claimed critical territories, occupied prime hunting grounds, and expanded their demographic advantage. This demographic factor cannot be overstated. Small, fragmented Neanderthal groups could rarely recover from the loss of a few key individuals, while sapiens' larger populations could absorb setbacks with resilience. Population modeling suggests that as Homo sapiens numbers increased, the Neanderthals' genetic diversity fell. Isolated groups experienced inbreeding and bottlenecks, further weakening their capacity to adapt. What was once a robust species became increasingly fragile, constrained by numbers, geography, and chance. Environmental stress amplified these vulnerabilities. Between 40,000 and 37,000 years ago, Europe experienced rapid climatic oscillations, intense cold snaps interspersed with brief warming periods. Forests retreated, tundra expanded, and the migration patterns of prey shifted unpredictably. Neanderthal survival strategies, finely tuned for stable environments, were less effective under these conditions. Groups that had once relied on consistent hunting grounds now faced scarcity. Children grew up with limited food, elders could no longer be reliably cared for, social cohesion faltered under repeated environmental shocks. The archaeological evidence shows this struggle in stark detail. Sites like Vindigya in Croatia and Mesmaiskaya in the Caucasus reveal layers of occupation that thin over time,
punctuated by long periods of apparent absence. Hearths grow smaller, tools more sporadic, and symbolic artifacts, once a marker of complex culture, diminish in frequency. This is not the pattern of extinction caused by catastrophe alone. It is the pattern of a species under relentless cumulative pressure. Every year, every winter, every failed hunt contributed to the slow unraveling of people who had once dominated a continent. Yet despite these pressures, Neanderthals remained formidable. Trauma evidence on skeletal remains indicates they continued to hunt large game, often engaging in dangerous close-range encounters with mammoths, bison, and elk. Injuries healed over months or years showed that they cared for their injured and survived in harsh conditions. Their physical strength, endurance, and knowledge of the land allowed them to persist where lesser adapted species would have vanished long before. Survival in this period was not simply about numbers, it was a testament to their resilience and ingenuity. Conflict with Homo sapiens, however, became increasingly unavoidable. Small-scale violent encounters appear in the archaeological record. Arrow points and spears embedded in bones suggest hunting weapons were sometimes used against fellow humans. These were not mass battles, but repeated clashes over territory, prey, and survival. Homo sapiens' innovations in long-range weaponry and group coordination gave them a subtle but significant advantage. Even the slightest edge, multiplied over decades and generations, shifted the balance irreversibly. The Neanderthals' final refuges were geographically constrained. Southern Iberia, the south coast of France, and isolated valleys in the Caucasus became their last strongholds. In these regions, they adapted to dwindling resources as best they could. Hearths show controlled use of fire, caves exhibit structured living spaces, and pigments hint at lingering symbolic behavior. Yet all evidence indicates that populations were low, dispersed, and vulnerable. Isolation reduced opportunities for cultural exchange and genetic diversity, accelerating the decline. Some evidence suggests that disease may have contributed to their disappearance. Pathogens carried by Homo sapiens could have been lethal to Neanderthals, who had no prior immunity. While direct proof is scarce, genetic modeling and parallels with modern population collapses indicate that even small-scale epidemics could devastate tiny, isolated populations. This silent killer may have acted alongside environmental stress, demographic fragility, and competition to drive the species toward extinction. In these last centuries, Neanderthal life was increasingly precarious. Each generation witnessed shrinking territory, fewer available mates, and diminished hunting success. Cultural knowledge, passed carefully for tens of thousands of years, may have eroded as elders and experts perished without successors. Yet traces of their intelligence and culture persisted to the very end. In Gorham's Cave, Gibraltar, the final known Neanderthal occupation left behind carved geometric patterns, proof that symbolic thought endured even as the species' survival faltered. Their disappearance was gradual, uneven, and multifaceted. It was not a story of dramatic annihilation, nor of sudden catastrophe. It was the quiet collapse of populations unable to withstand the combined pressures of competition, environmental change, and disease. Homo sapiens did not conquer by force alone. They succeeded because of flexibility, adaptability, and demographic advantage. Neanderthals, masters of the Ice Age, could not match this new dynamic. Yet the Neanderthals were not entirely erased. Genetic evidence shows that modern humans carry fragments of their DNA. These segments influence immune response, skin adaptation, metabolism, and even neurological traits. In this sense, the Neanderthals were not lost, they were absorbed.
Their legacy persists in every non-African human alive today. A hidden echo of a species that once roamed Europe with strength, intelligence, and culture. To understand this period, one must imagine the landscapes they inhabited. Winter winds whip across frozen valleys. Caves provide temporary shelter. Fires crackle in the darkness as hunters return from the plains, dragging prey that feeds an entire family. Across the ridge, Homo sapiens track the same game, their coordinated hunting strategies pushing Neanderthals from traditional hunting grounds. Snow covers footprints, erasing trails, but the struggle continues silently. Generations overlap, interbreed, and retreat. The tension between the species is palpable, yet invisible, recorded only in stones, bones, and the traces of ancient fires. It is in this slow, grinding pressure that the Neanderthals' final chapters unfold. They are survivors in extremis, still capable of cunning, still skilled in the ways of their harsh world, but increasingly outmatched by a species that moves faster, communicates farther, and adapts more swiftly. The story is not one of heroic last stands, but of persistent, quiet endurance against mounting odds. It is a testament to their resilience and to the subtle forces that govern evolution, survival, and human history. And as we approach the final centuries, the narrative becomes increasingly somber. Sites show thinning occupation layers. Tools simplify. Symbolic objects become rare. Social cohesion erodes as population density declines. Each death carries greater weight. Each birth is a fragile hope. The species is dwindling, yet it maintains a dignity and complexity that only archaeologists and geneticists can reconstruct. These final Neanderthals are at once vulnerable and remarkable, living at the edge of existence, aware only of the challenges immediate to their survival, yet shaping the world that would ultimately be inherited by Homo sapiens. By 39,000 years ago, the Neanderthals were confined to a handful of isolated refuges. Their once vast territories across Europe had shrunk to scattered pockets of survival. The rugged cliffs of Gibraltar, the secluded valleys of southern Spain, and remote caves in the Caucasus. Even in these refuges, their numbers were dangerously low. Genetic studies indicate that populations may have been in the hundreds, a precarious existence where every individual carried the weight of the species' survival. Small groups meant fewer reproductive opportunities, increasing the effects of inbreeding and reducing resilience to environmental challenges. Yet despite their fragility, the Neanderthals did not vanish quietly. Archaeological evidence demonstrates persistence, ingenuity, and a profound awareness of their environment. Gorham's Cave in Gibraltar offers one of the final glimpses into their world. Here, Neanderthals created intricate carvings in the rock, deliberate geometric patterns whose meanings remain a mystery. These etchings are a silent testimony. Even in their twilight, they maintained culture, symbolism, and awareness of identity. Their fire still warmed cave walls. Their tools still bore the marks of expert craftsmanship, and their footprints in the dust spoke of lives lived in resilience, not despair. At the same time, Homo sapiens were spreading relentlessly across Europe. Their larger populations, faster adaptation, and technological innovations left Neanderthals increasingly marginalized. The competition for food, territory, and shelter became ever more acute. Even minor skirmishes or disputes over prime hunting grounds could have devastating consequences for the smaller, isolated Neanderthal groups.
In some regions, they may have faced exposure to new pathogens carried by Homo sapiens, diseases that acted silently, leaving no trace in the archaeological record but potentially devastating their dwindling numbers. The disappearance of the Neanderthals was not a dramatic massacre, nor was it instantaneous. Instead, it was a slow unraveling, a cascade of pressures that few species could survive. Environmental change, demographic fragility, disease, and competition combined over centuries to reduce populations to critical levels. Each lost generation represented a narrowing of genetic diversity, eroding the species' capacity to adapt and survive. By the time the final Neanderthals lived in Gibraltar, they were a fraction of their former numbers, living in caves once bustling with dozens, now occupied by only a handful. This gradual decline is echoed in every corner of their former range. The Levant, southern France, Iberia, and the Caucasus. Each area shows the same pattern. Neanderthal tools grow simpler, hearts become less frequent, symbolic artifacts diminish, and occupation layers thin. The evidence is clear. They were struggling, yet persisting. And in persistence lies a story not of weakness, but of extraordinary endurance against the twin forces of environment and competition. But even as they faced extinction, the Neanderthals left an indelible mark. Their DNA persists in every non-African human alive today. Between 1 and 2% of the genome carries Neanderthal ancestry, influencing immune responses, skin pigmentation, hair traits, and even susceptibility to certain diseases. The genes we inherit from them are subtle yet significant, silently shaping how we interact with the world. Their legacy is not only cultural or archaeological, it is biological. Every step we take is, in part, a step they once took. The final moments of the Neanderthals are difficult to reconstruct. No single last Neanderthal has been identified, and yet their extinction was nearly simultaneous across Europe. Some populations survived longer in southern Spain and Gibraltar, perhaps into 37,000 years ago. In these final generations, they would have faced dwindling prey, harsher winters, and isolation from other groups. Family units may have been reduced to a single nuclear group. The death of one individual a critical blow to the survival of knowledge and skills. Their art and symbolic behaviors, once widespread, had largely disappeared, leaving only faint traces for us to interpret tens of thousands of years later. Despite this, the Neanderthals' contribution to the human story is immense. They demonstrated that intelligence, culture, and adaptability are not the exclusive domain of Homo sapiens. Their complex social structures, ability to care for the sick, and symbolic behavior are evidence of a species fully capable of thought, emotion, and planning. Their extinction is a lesson in the fragility of small populations, the importance of social networks, and the subtle interplay between environment and competition. The absorption of Neanderthals into Homo sapiens is one of the most profound legacies of their existence. Genetic studies indicate multiple interbreeding events, each leaving traces in the modern genome. Some of their adaptations proved advantageous. Genes related to the immune system, skin response, and metabolism allowed Homo sapiens to thrive in northern latitudes and new environments. In essence, while the Neanderthals vanished as a distinct species, they endured through the genetic and cultural imprint they left behind. Their story also reframes our understanding of human uniqueness. Homo sapiens did not conquer a primitive competitor. We merged with an intelligent, capable, and sophisticated species. The narrative of Neanderthal extinction is not of simple victory, but of integration and transformation. They are not merely an ancestral curiosity, they are a part of us, embedded in the very code that defines our species. Consider the archaeological sites of their final refuges. Caves like Gorham's and Vindia revealed traces of life carefully adapted to extreme conditions. Simple yet effective tools, hearths for warmth and cooking, and carved patterns in rock all testify to survival, ingenuity, and identity. These were not the artifacts of a failing species, but of a people maximizing their resources in a challenging and competitive world. Even in extinction, they displayed mastery over the Ice Age landscapes, resilience under duress, and a cultural continuity that resonates across tens of thousands of years. The Neanderthals' extinction also underscores the role of climate in human evolution. Rapid environmental change, more than brute force, was one of the final pressures that Homo sapiens managed to navigate more successfully. Their flexibility, both technological and social, enabled adaptation to conditions that Neanderthals, despite their strength and intelligence, could not overcome. The lesson is clear. Survival is not solely about power or skill, but adaptability and innovation in the face of change. And yet, there is a haunting emotional resonance to their disappearance. For tens of thousands of years, Neanderthals had lived in Europe. They had witnessed the rise and fall of glaciers, the migration of mammoths, the cycles of ice and thaw. Their lives were intertwined with the rhythms of the land, with the pulse of seasons and the movement of animals. And then, over a few thousand years, their presence faded from the continent. Caves fell silent, hearths went cold. The land once shared with them became ours alone. But we carry their story in our bones, our DNA, and in the faint traces of culture that survived. They remind us that human history is not a story of singular triumph, but of entangled species, of coexistence, competition, and integration. The Neanderthals' legacy challenges the narrative of human exceptionalism, showing that intelligence, culture, and emotion are not exclusive to one branch of the family tree. They expand the definition of what it means to be human. In this sense, the Neanderthals never truly vanished. They live on in our biology, in our immune systems, and in subtle traits passed down across generations. They live on in the traces of art and ritual that they left behind, in patterns that whisper of awareness, of care, and of life fully lived in a harsh, unrelenting world. Their disappearance is a reminder that extinction is rarely sudden or absolute. It is often a slow transformation, a merging, and a reconfiguration of what survives. The story of the last shared homeland of Neanderthals and Homo sapiens is therefore a story of both endings and continuity. It is a story of two species, intimately connected by geography, time, and genetics, whose fates intersected in profound ways. It is a story of survival, adaptation, and loss, where triumph and extinction are inseparable threads in the tapestry of human history. And when we consider the frozen valleys, the caves echoing with fires long extinguished, and the etched patterns carved into stone, we understand. The Neanderthals' fall was not the erasure of a species, but the continuation of life through transformation. They disappeared as a distinct species, yet their essence, biological, cultural, and symbolic, became woven into the story of us. In the end, the Neanderthal story teaches a lesson beyond survival. It is about the resilience of life, the fragility of small populations, and the intertwined destinies of all human species. They were our cousins, our neighbors, and ultimately our genetic ancestors. Their world faded, but their presence remains, subtle yet undeniable, in every human who walks the earth today. The Neanderthals fell, yes, but their story endures. They persist in our DNA, in the echoes of caves, and in the memory of a shared homeland. Their final chapter is not merely of extinction, but of legacy, continuity, and the profound truth that in every human, part of them still lives.
And so we are left with the enduring image of the Neanderthals, strong, intelligent, capable, and yet vulnerable to forces beyond their control. They remind us that survival is never guaranteed, that adaptation is crucial, and that the story of humanity is never the story of one species alone. Their memory, embedded in our very being, is a testament to resilience, endurance, and the quiet, often unseen ways in which life persists. In the long sweep of prehistory, before modern humans came to dominate every continent, the Earth was a patchwork of human species, each adapted to a unique corner of the world, each carrying its own story of survival, innovation, and eventual disappearance. And it is only by stepping back into that distant, shadowed landscape that we begin to understand how profoundly different the world once was. We were never alone, and our ancestors were not the inevitable winners of a brutal evolutionary contest, but merely one branch among many, navigating a planet filled with predators, climate swings, natural disasters, and rival hominin species equally capable, intelligent, and determined to survive. Imagine the world 1 million years ago. Africa's savannas filled with colossal elephants, giant hyenas, saber-toothed cats, and towering predators that could tear any human to pieces in seconds, while scattered among the grasslands moved early Homo erectus, lean, long-legged, fire-using travelers equipped with stone tools and the first hints of planning and coordination, the pioneers who would carry humanity's spark out of Africa and into Eurasia. Far to the north, Europe was home to the ancestors of Neanderthals, a lineage that endured unimaginable cold for hundreds of thousands of years, evolving short, powerful bodies, immense strength, and an intelligence suited to the rigors of Ice Age survival. Their lives were shaped by glacial cycles, shifting forests, and megafauna hunts that demanded cooperation, strategy, and tools of great precision. These early Neanderthals were not brutish cavemen, but expert hunters who crafted wooden spears, stone blades, birch bark adhesives, and intricate tools that required controlled fire and chemical knowledge. And as modern research has revealed, they painted cave walls, carved symbolic objects, plucked eagle claws as ornaments, and cared for their elderly and injured with a tenderness that reflects a profound social world. Yet even as they perfected their craft in Europe's frozen valleys, other human species thrived in Asia, each shaped by its own ecological pressures. In the harsh altitudes of Siberia existed the Denisovans, a ghostly population known only from tiny fragments of bone and tooth, yet whose genetic legacy survives today across Oceania and Tibet, where their DNA grants modern people the ability to breathe thin mountain air with ease. Like the Neanderthals, they interbred with our ancestors, leaving behind traces that reveal just how interconnected the ancient world truly was. Moving southeast, the islands of Wallacea, today's Indonesia and Philippines, were home to evolutionary marvels that defy expectation, such as Homo floresiensis, a species scarcely a meter tall with a brain no larger than a grapefruit, yet possessing sophisticated stone tools, organized hunting, and the ability to survive among Komodo dragons and pygmy elephants. Far from being primitive, they represent a remarkable evolutionary adaptation known as island dwarfism, where isolation crafts new forms of life in unexpected ways. On nearby Luzon, scientists uncovered the remains of Homo luzonensis, with curved fingers and toes hinting at a climbing lifestyle. their anatomy blending primitive and modern traits in a way that challenges the neat, linear diagrams found in old textbooks. Both species survived until the same window of time that modern humans swept through their islands, raising haunting questions about how our arrival may have sealed their fate. But the story grows stranger still when we turn toward East Asia, where fossils like the red deer cave people and the long-limbed specimens from China present anatomies unlike any known species. Faces with a mix of archaic and modern traits, skulls unusually thick or rounded, jaws robust yet lacking chins. Humans who lived until the end of the last ice age, long after Homo sapiens had begun shaping agriculture and permanent settlements elsewhere, suggesting that the Asian continent hosted a far more diverse set of hominin populations than once believed. And beneath all this visible evidence lies the invisible, genetic signatures woven into the DNA of living African groups, pointing to the existence of a completely unknown ghost lineage, an ancient hominin population that interbred with the ancestors of several modern African groups, yet left behind no fossils, no tools, and no trace in the archaeological record, existing for now only as a whisper encoded in our biology. This discovery reshapes our picture of Africa's past, revealing that the continent was not a simple cradle of progress, but a mosaic of interlinked human lineages whose interactions drove evolution forward. All these species, Neanderthals, Denisovans, hobbits, Lucerne humans, the mysterious Asian populations, the ghost lineages of Africa, coexisted with early Homo sapiens, sometimes for tens of thousands of years, encountering one another in mountains, forests, coastlines, and vast plains where competition for food, territory, and mates may have been intense, complex, and often tragic. When Homo sapiens migrated out of Africa around 70,000 years ago, they were not stepping into an empty world, but into territories already claimed by others who knew their land intimately, species who had weathered ice ages, crafted technologies adapted to their environments, and built cultural traditions as rich and nuanced as our own. And yet, over time, one by one, they vanished. Some through climatic shifts that shrank their habitats or altered food availability. Some through population bottlenecks they could not recover from. Some perhaps through direct conflict or competition with the newly arrived Homo sapiens, who brought with them new hunting strategies, more efficient tools, broader social networks, and the ability to adapt quickly to unfamiliar landscapes. Others may have disappeared not through death, but through absorption, their identities dissolving into ours through interbreeding that blurred the boundaries between species, leaving echoes in our genomes even as our cultures faded from the earth. By the time the last ice age ended, the world of many humans had collapsed into the world of one, and the extraordinary diversity that once characterized our genus had dwindled to a single surviving branch, us, carrying in our bodies the remnants of all those lost cousins whose triumphs and tragedies remain etched not in memory, but in DNA. But their disappearance was not an abrupt extinction event, but a slow, uneven, region-by-region fading, a process shaped by ecological pressures, migration patterns, disease exchanges, cultural interactions, and the growing ability of Homo sapiens to innovate rapidly, adapt socially, and form networks that stretched across enormous distances. Their absence today leaves behind not emptiness, but the quiet sense of an unfinished story, a realization that the human journey was never a solitary path, but a braided river of species flowing together, diverging, merging, and disappearing, all contributing to the legacy that modern humans now carry forward, often unknowingly, into a world they did not build alone.
As the world of many humans narrowed into the world of one, the story of our species did not stabilize, but accelerated. For once Homo sapiens occupied the stage alone, the forces that had shaped our evolution for millions of years continued to echo through our behavior, our technology, and the fragile balance between intelligence and survival that defines us to this day. And to understand how we became the planet's undisputed superpredator, we must return to a time when our ancestors still lived close to the edge of extinction, a time when the most important technologies in human history were being forged not in metal or machinery, but in firelight, stone, wood, and the remarkable ability to imagine what could be built from them. The mastery of fire, one of the most pivotal developments in human evolution, was not a single moment, but a long, painstaking learning process that shaped our bodies, our brains, and the social rhythms that still structure our lives. Controlled fire softened tough roots, detoxified plants, hardened wooden spear tips, kept predators at bay, extended waking hours into the night, and created the warmth that allowed humans to survive in climates far beyond their natural range. Around the hearth, early humans shared stories, exchanged knowledge, bonded, cooperated, and formed the first communal spaces in history, transforming fire into a catalyst for culture itself. Yet fire alone could not turn a vulnerable primate into a top predator. The key lead came with weapons that allowed humans to kill from a distance, an evolutionary shortcut that neutralized our physical weakness and placed strategy above strength. The earliest stone-tipped spears appear more than 300,000 years ago, crafted with extraordinary precision, long wooden shafts, shaved smooth, fitted with carefully shaped flakes of flint or obsidian, secured by plant fibers and adhesives made from heated resins and tree bark, each step requiring knowledge transferred across generations. Such tools were not primitive improvisations, but the result of engineering thought, trial and error experimentation, and an intuitive grasp of physics long before formal science existed. These weapons allowed early humans to take on large prey such as horses, aurochs, mammoths, and rhinoceroses, animals that would have been unthinkable targets without teamwork, planning, and weaponry capable of delivering lethal force. The next great leap came in the form of the spear thrower, or atlal, a deceptively simple wooden lever that extended the human arm and multiplied throwing power, allowing hunters to launch spears that up to 150 kilometers per hour with deadly accuracy. This innovation changed the balance between humans and predators forever, elevating our ancestors from opportunistic scavengers to strategic hunters capable of competing with and ultimately displacing hyenas, lions, saber-tooths, and other apex carnivores across vast territories. Archaeological evidence reveals that humans did not simply adapt to new environments, but transformed them, burning forests to flush out game, coordinating group hunts that drove herds over cliffs, establishing seasonal camps that signaled a deeper understanding of landscape and timing. Every technological step strengthened social bonds. Cooperation became a survival strategy as important as any tool, and groups that communicated well, shared food, taught skills, and protected one another outlived those that did not. This feedback loop between intelligence, cooperation, and technology helped our ancestors weather ice ages, droughts, and migrations that killed off many species less adaptable than ours. And with sharper minds came sharper tools, blades napped with astonishing delicacy, composite weapons using multiple materials, bone and antler technologies, fishing harpoons, nets, traps, grinding stones, and eventually the earliest hints of clothing tailored to fit the body, stitched with needles made from bone. Each innovation pushed humans further away from the biological limitations that constrained every other species, creating a new kind of evolutionary niche, one defined not by muscle or tooth or claw, but by the ability to reshape the environment through ingenuity. Yet the same brilliance that allowed humans to thrive also carried consequences. For as we expanded outward, we encountered ecosystems finely tuned to balance and megafauna unprepared for the arrival of a predator capable of long-range killing. Across Australia, the Americas, and island chains from the Mediterranean to the Pacific, waves of extinctions followed in the wake of human arrival, suggesting that our dominance came not from harmony with nature, but from the relentless application of technology in ways the natural world had never faced before. This pattern is seen most clearly in the late Pleistocene, when humans armed with fire, spears, atlatls, and coordinated hunting strategies entered new continents and rapidly reshaped the biosphere, eliminating giant ground sloths, diprotodons, mammoths, mastodons, giant kangaroos, and countless other species within centuries. These extinctions echo the earlier disappearance of Neanderthals, Denisovans, and other hominins, creating a haunting symmetry in which both our closest relatives and the largest animals of every region vanished soon after encountering the expanding populations of Homo sapiens. Though the exact proportions of climate pressure, competition, and disease undoubtedly varied from case to case. As humans settled further into their role as global apex predators, cultural complexity blossomed. Symbolic art flourished in caves from France to Indonesia. Rituals marked important moments in life and death, and knowledge began to accumulate in ways that allowed each generation to start from a higher baseline than the last. By the time the last ice age waned and new landscapes emerged from melting glaciers, humans had already become the most adaptable species on Earth, armed with technologies that extended the reach of the body, expanded the capacity of the mind, and amplified the power of cooperation to levels unmatched in the animal kingdom. The first technology boom was not a chapter, but a long crescendo. Hundreds of thousands of years of experimentation, failure, insight, and teaching that laid the foundation for every later invention, from pottery to metalworking to agriculture and beyond. But its most important legacy lies not in any single tool, but in the mindset it cultivated, the belief that problems could be solved, environments could be mastered, and the future could be shaped by human hands. This way of thinking, forged in the harsh conditions of prehistory, is what ultimately distinguishes Homo sapiens from every species that came before and every species that stands beside us today. It is the inheritance that allowed us to cross oceans, build civilizations, map the stars, split the atom, and now reshape the climate and landscapes of an entire planet. And as we look back into the deep past, into the firelit camps and windswept plains where the first sparks of technology glowed, we begin to understand that the story of human domination is not merely a tale of tools, but a chronicle of imagination, cooperation, and the unyielding drive to survive, innovate, and push beyond the boundaries of what once seemed possible. Even now, in a world defined by satellites, skyscrapers, global networks, and digital realms, the echoes of that ancient technological awakening remain with us, in the rhythms of our social lives, in our hunger for innovation, in the ways we solve problems and reshape our surroundings, and in the quiet but enduring truth that our greatest power has always come not from our bodies, but from our minds. The early humans who struck sparks from stone, who crafted spears and hurled them into the hides of animals 10 times their size, who tamed fire and used it to see into the night, set in motion the trajectory that would carry their descendants into every corner of the earth. And though their names are lost and their cultures vanished, the world they created lives on in us, in every tool we hold, every system we build, every challenge we overcome, a reminder that long before civilization rose, long before cities, temples, or writing, humanity's first revolution was the revolution of survival, ignited by fire, sharpened by stone, and carried forward by the boundless capacity of the human mind.
At the far edge of the last ice age, the world was a place of extremes. Winds howled across frozen plains, rivers were thick with ice, and the earth itself seemed to tremble beneath the feet of creatures that dwarfed any human imagination. Mammoths, their shaggy forms towering above the landscape, moved in herds that stretched across horizons, their tusks curling like massive crescents, scraping the snow and ice as they fed. Saber-toothed cats, muscles coiled and fangs glinting in the pale sun, prowled silently through forests, hunting with patience honed by millions of years of evolution. Giant ground sloths, slow but immense, left deep impressions in the mud as they moved,
their massive claws capable of felling trees and tearing apart anything that threatened them. And into this world, fragile humans stepped, armed with nothing more than stone tools, sharpened spears, and an ingenuity that would eventually allow them to survive where few others could. From the moment our ancestors set foot on these frozen continents, they were faced with the impossible challenge of living alongside creatures that could crush, gore, or devour them in an instant. Yet archaeology and fossil records show that humans did not merely survive, they learned, adapted, and in time became formidable competitors at the top of the food chain. Across Eurasia, North America, and South America, evidence emerges of coordinated hunts that demonstrate an astonishing understanding of animal behavior. At Dolny Vestanice, for example, mammoth bones have been found arranged in patterns suggesting shelters and communal spaces, a hint that humans were not only hunting these giants, but also learning to live alongside them, to use every part of their massive bodies for survival. Meat for sustenance, bones for tools, hides for warmth, and even tusks for artistic expression. In these kill sites, one can imagine the drama. Humans working together in disciplined groups, driving mammoths toward natural traps, cliffs, marshes, or narrow valleys, where their immense size became a liability. Spears and early projectile weapons were launched with deadly precision, coordinated to strike vital organs while avoiding the lethal sweep of a mammoth's tusks. The tactics required foresight, communication, and a depth of understanding that is hard to imagine without standing on those ancient plains. Predators like saber-toothed cats presented a different kind of challenge. Smilodon was not a pursuit predator, but a patient ambusher, built to kill with sudden bursts of explosive force, capable of subduing prey many times its size. Humans learned to read subtle signs, the sudden silence of birds in the trees, faint tracks in the snow, or the distant rustle of prey reacting to unseen danger. These skills allowed humans not only to survive, but to exploit opportunities, to scavenge from predator kills, defend themselves with fire and weapons, and over time even outmaneuver these formidable hunters. Then there were the giant ground sloths, whose slow, ponderous movements belied the danger they posed. Their claws could rend tree trunks or dismember a human in a single swipe. Yet humans approached these creatures with care and strategy. Cut marks on fossilized sloth bones reveal evidence of coordinated attacks. Humans encircling the creature, spears poised, striking at moments when the sloth exposed vulnerable areas. Every encounter was a high-stakes negotiation between intelligence and raw power, patience and survival instinct. The combination of these interactions, the hunts, the predator avoidance, and the strategic adaptation shaped human evolution profoundly. Brains became more specialized for planning, coordination, and learning. Social bonds strengthened as survival depended on cooperation. The ability to manipulate the environment through fire, traps, or landscape modification became a defining characteristic of human success. Yet as humans thrived, a shadow fell over the giants. Across continents, a pattern emerges. Shortly after human arrival, large animals began to disappear. In North America, mammoths, mastodons, and giant sloths declined sharply around 13,000 years ago. In Australia, giant marsupials vanished roughly 40,000 years ago. In Europe and Siberia, mammoth populations dwindled, leaving only isolated pockets behind. Scientists have long debated the causes of these extinctions, and evidence points to a complex interplay of factors. Climate was changing rapidly at the end of the Pleistocene. Ice sheets melted, vegetation patterns shifted, and habitats fragmented. Mammoths, adapted to cold, dry steppes, found their feeding grounds shrinking. Saber-toothed cats faced dwindling prey. Giant sloths struggled to find sufficient vegetation in altered landscapes. On the other hand, humans were expanding quickly across the globe, hunting skillfully and shaping the environments they entered with fire and other technologies. The overkill hypothesis suggests that even modest hunting pressure could push slow reproducing species toward extinction, especially when combined with the stresses of climate change. Genetic evidence from places like Wrangel Island offers further insight. Here, a small population of mammoths survived thousands of years longer than their continental relatives.
But over time, their genetic diversity eroded, mutations accumulated, and reproductive rates declined. These animals, isolated and vulnerable, were ultimately doomed, not by human hands alone, but by the cumulative pressures of survival in a rapidly changing world. The story of humans and megafauna, therefore, is not simply one of predator and prey. It is a narrative of interdependence, adaptation, and ecological consequence. Humans relied on these giants for sustenance, materials, and cultural meaning, while their presence shaped human intelligence and social structures. Cave art from Raffignac, Chauvet, and other sites captures these relationships with remarkable precision. Mammoths rendered in sweeping motion, saber-tooths frozen in ambush, humans depicted in careful pursuit. These images reflect not just observation, but deep engagement, a testament to the role of these creatures in human imagination and survival. As humans became more efficient hunters and the giants more vulnerable, ecosystems shifted. Grasslands expanded into areas once dominated by herbivores. Predators that relied on large prey dwindled. The very landscape began to transform under the dual pressures of climate change and human influence. And yet the extinction of these animals did not spell the end for humans. On the contrary, the challenges they presented honed skills that would define our species: strategic thinking, cooperative problem-solving, technological innovation, and the ability to manipulate the environment on a large scale. By the time the last mammoths disappeared from continental landscapes, humans had already begun shaping a new world, one in which survival depended less on being small and clever, and more on intelligence, foresight, and adaptability. This first chapter of our story ends not with the death of giants alone, but with the rise of humans as the dominant force in ecosystems worldwide. Their disappearance set the stage for the expansion of human culture, the experimentation with agriculture, and the eventual construction of societies capable of reshaping entire continents. The world that had once groaned beneath mammoth herds, quivered at the steps of sloths, and held its breath under the stalking saber-tooth, now belonged to humanity, not as conquerors by might, but as survivors who had learned, adapted, and persisted in a world of extraordinary danger.
As the giants disappeared from the continents, the world they once dominated transformed in ways that were both subtle and profound, rippling across ecosystems, human societies, and the evolutionary path of our species. The vast herds of mammoths that had once trampled grasslands into sweeping plains were gone, leaving spaces for forests to expand, for rivers to shift, and for predator-prey dynamics to reorganize. Saber-toothed cats, deprived of their primary prey, declined and vanished, while giant sloths, once architects of their forested domains, faded into memory. Humans, once dependent on these massive animals, were forced to innovate. The loss of megafauna demanded a diversification of diet and strategy, hunting smaller, more elusive animals, harvesting fish and shellfish along coasts and rivers, and gathering plants with increasing sophistication. Tools evolved to match these new needs: projectile weapons for long-range hunting, traps for small mammals, hooks and nets for aquatic resources, and ever more intricate systems of fire management to shape landscapes in ways that improved the odds of survival. Yet beyond survival, these changes also shaped culture and cognition. Art, storytelling, and ritual reflected the shifting human relationship with the natural world. The cave paintings that once depicted mammoths and giant predators gave way to images of smaller game, plants, and abstract symbols, reflecting both the loss of large animals and the growing capacity of humans to imagine, plan, and record their world. In parallel, the extinction of these giants had cascading effects on the planet's ecosystems. Plant communities that had evolved alongside massive herbivores now grew unchecked. Grasslands expanded or contracted unpredictably. Forests reclaimed land previously kept open by grazing. Predators adapted, migrated, or disappeared. The loss of keystone species, the creatures that shaped entire habitats, triggered a profound ecological reorganization,
one in which humans, increasingly dominant and inventive, began to fill ecological niches in ways no other species could. It is here, in the wake of these losses, that the true significance of human ingenuity becomes clear. Survival was no longer a matter of following prey or evading predators. It required anticipation, long-term planning, and the ability to manipulate environments across seasons and years. Humans learned to store food, to coordinate hunts over long distances, to understand the behavior of multiple species simultaneously, and to create social systems capable of sustaining these complex endeavors. The extinction of Megafauna, tragic as it was for the animals themselves, catalyzed an unparalleled acceleration in human development. And yet, the story is not merely one of triumph or conquest. It is a story of interconnection, of unintended consequences, and of a fragile balance between power and responsibility. The same intelligence that allowed humans to survive the mammoth steppes and forested valleys of the Ice Age also enabled them to reshape the world in ways that were irreversible. Evidence from archaeological sites reveals how humans adapted their movements and technologies to changing prey availability, from the careful tracking of reindeer across tundra to the seasonal exploitation of bison in North America. Cultural innovation accelerated, and with it, the capacity to thrive in environments previously unhospitable. This period also illuminates the subtle psychological and social effects of living alongside and then losing these giants. Anthropologists suggest that humans carried the memory of these creatures in myth, ritual, and social learning, embedding an awareness of ecological stakes into the foundation of human culture. The megafauna's disappearance was not silent. It resonated in the human imagination, shaping stories, cautionary tales, and symbolic frameworks that would endure for millennia. And yet, the pace of change was extraordinary. Within a few thousand years, landscapes once dominated by massive herbivores were irreversibly altered. Predator populations collapsed, and humans, increasingly clever, versatile, and technologically adept, assumed dominance as the apex species. In hindsight, the narrative of human evolution and the decline of the giants is deeply intertwined. The challenges presented by mammoths, saber-tooths, and sloths forced humans to innovate, cooperate, and expand cognition in ways that no other species experienced. At the same time, humans became an ecological force capable of triggering cascading extinctions, whether intentionally or inadvertently. This duality, the simultaneous shaping and destruction of ecosystems, defines the story of the Pleistocene's final chapters. And while the last mammoth, the last saber-tooth, and the last sloth disappeared, their legacy persisted. Genetic studies of surviving populations, fossilized dung, and archaeological remains allow us to reconstruct the ecosystems of the past with remarkable precision, providing insight into the adaptive strategies of both humans and animals. Climate proxies from ice cores and sediment reveal the rapidity of environmental change, while careful analysis of stone tools and hunting sites illustrate human ingenuity and cultural evolution. Together, these pieces form a portrait of a world in transition, a planet reshaped by both climate and human agency, and a species stepping into a role it had never before occupied. In the final reckoning, the extinction of megafauna was neither simple nor uniform. Some species vanished abruptly, others lingered for millennia in isolated refuges. Some populations succumbed primarily to environmental pressures, others to human predation or a combination of factors. What remains clear is that humans emerge from this period not merely as survivors, but as architects of ecosystems, wielding knowledge, foresight, and social cooperation to survive where giants once ruled. Their rise redefined ecological dynamics, established patterns of resource exploitation, and set humanity on a trajectory that would eventually lead to agriculture, settlement, and civilization itself. And as we reflect on this epoch, we are reminded that the story of humanity cannot be told apart from the story of the giants that came before us. Mammoths, saber-tooths, and ground sloths were not merely obstacles or prey, They were catalysts that shaped human cognition, social structure, and culture. Their presence demanded innovation. Their absence forced adaptation. In every fossilized tusk, in every spear-marked bone, and in every cave painting, we glimpse the entwined destinies of humans and megafauna, a narrative of challenge, ingenuity, loss, and emergence. The Ice Age giants are gone, but their influence endures, etched into the landscapes they once roamed, into the technologies and strategies humans developed to survive, and into the very story of our species. They remind us that the rise of humanity was never inevitable, but forged in a crucible of danger, intelligence, and persistence, in a world where survival demanded both courage and creativity. And as we stand today, peering into the bones and frozen remains of these lost creatures, we are invited to imagine not only the majesty of the past, but the extraordinary journey of humans to the top of the ecological hierarchy. A journey made possible, paradoxically, by the giants we both feared and relied upon, by the creatures whose fall heralded the rise of our own species, shaping the very destiny of life on Earth.
From the moment humans first tried to understand themselves, we have sought a simple story. It is a story told in classrooms and museums, repeated in textbooks and documentaries. Humans began in Africa, emerged as a singular species, spread across the globe, invented tools, developed culture, and dominated every landscape they touched. It is neat, it is linear, it is comforting. Yet the Earth does not follow neatness, nor does history. Beneath the soil, within caves, and inside ancient sediments, evidence has been accumulating for decades. Evidence that refuses to fit into the tidy, orderly narrative of human evolution. This is the domain of forbidden archaeology, a field that does not deal in speculation or conspiracy, but in the undeniable facts of discoveries that challenge, disrupt, and often completely overturn what we thought we knew. From DNA sequences that hint at unknown ancestors, to fossils that do not match any known species, to tools older than the earliest humans, the past is revealing a story far more complex than the one we have been taught. And as we begin to follow this evidence, a pattern emerges. Humanity was never alone. Our evolution was not a single straight path, and the world we once believed to be entirely ours was shared with species we are only now beginning to discover. The story begins with DNA, the molecular record written in every cell, quietly preserving the footprints of species long vanished. When scientists sequenced the Neanderthal genome in 2010, they expected a story of clear separation, a branch of humans that diverged and went extinct, leaving behind bones, tools, and a story that ended abruptly. Instead, the data revealed interconnection. Every non-African human carries fragments of Neanderthal DNA, tiny genetic echoes of encounters tens of thousands of years ago. It was a whisper of coexistence, a signal that our ancestors had met, mingled, and reproduced with a species we had long thought entirely separate. But the surprises did not end there. In Denisova Cave, a single finger bone and a tooth revealed an entirely unknown hominin, the Denisovans, whose genetic legacy persists in modern populations across Siberia, Melanesia, and even parts of Southeast Asia. And then came the ghost populations, traces of DNA in modern humans that cannot be linked to any known fossil species. In West Africa, geneticists found markers of an archaic human diverged long before Neanderthals. In South America, indigenous groups carry mysterious lineages with no skeletal counterpart. These ghost populations have no skulls, no tools, no artifacts. They exist only as traces in living humans, as silent evidence of species that thrived, migrated, and vanished without leaving behind bones for us to study. Each discovery forces us to ask unsettling questions. How many human species once existed? How many walked this planet unnoticed, unrecorded, yet left their imprint in our very DNA? And how many of their stories remain forever invisible?
While genetics was beginning to rewrite our understanding of the past, the fossil record was delivering equally profound revelations. In 2010, a team in South Africa discovered Homo naledi in a remote chamber of the Rising Star cave system. The species shocked scientists for many reasons, not least of which was the combination of its traits: a small brain, reminiscent of early hominins, yet hands, feet, and legs adapted for complex movement, climbing, and manipulation. The initial assumption was that such a species belonged to the distant past, perhaps 2 million years ago. Dating, however, revealed an astonishing fact. These small-brained humans were alive just 250,000 years ago. This was long after Homo sapiens had appeared and were spreading across Africa. The implications were staggering. Multiple human species coexisted, occupying overlapping territories and possibly interacting with one another. Homo naledi challenges the notion that intelligence or brain size alone determines survival, and suggests that survival was far more complex, shaped by adaptability, environment, and perhaps even culture. Simultaneously, discoveries in southwest China uncovered the so-called Red Deer Cave people, living as recently as 14,000 years ago. Their combination of archaic and modern traits, broad, robust skulls paired with relatively contemporary facial features, suggests a persistence of ancient populations far longer than previously believed. These finds directly challenge the idea that archaic humans were uniformly replaced by Homo sapiens, revealing instead a patchwork of survival, extinction, and migration. Even more confounding were hybrid skulls from East Asia, displaying a mosaic of features from Homo erectus, Homo sapiens, and unknown morphologies, hinting at interactions and interbreeding with species we have not yet identified. Such discoveries reveal a reality far messier than our textbooks suggest, a past populated by multiple intelligent species navigating overlapping ecosystems, climates, and technologies.
Stone tools provide another window into forbidden archaeology, rewriting the timeline of innovation and challenging assumptions about which species were capable of tool-making. For decades, the earliest evidence of tools came from sites in East Africa dating to approximately 2.6 million years ago, associated with early Homo. But in 2015, at Lomekwi in Kenya, archaeologists unearthed a new set of tools, crude, heavy, deliberate, dated to 3.3 million years ago, long before the emergence of Homo. The tools were unmistakably shaped, cores struck with precision, flakes removed with intent, suggesting a cognitive ability not previously attributed to Australopithecus, the likely toolmakers. This discovery expanded our understanding of intelligence in early hominins, demonstrating that toolmaking was not a unique property of Homo, but rather our broader behavior of adaptable, problem-solving species. Across Africa, other sites corroborated this pattern. Tools older than the earliest known Homo fossils, stone implements appearing in regions without any clear fossil evidence. Innovation was not linear, it was dispersed, opportunistic, and possibly exchanged between multiple hominin groups. When we trace these artifacts across time and space, a new picture emerges, an early world alive with experimentation, ingenuity, and the capacity for technology that transcends our narrow assumptions about who was human enough to innovate. In parallel, discoveries of out-of-place artifacts continue to challenge conventional narratives. These are objects and traces that appear too early, in contexts deemed impossible, or in locations that contradict established migration models. Some of the most rigorous examples come from the Americas, where a 2017 study documented fractured mastodon bones in California, deliberately broken with stone tools and dating back 130,000 years. These marks are unmistakable. They are evidence of deliberate action, of a species capable of complex problem-solving, perhaps extracting marrow for sustenance. The problem is chronological. Accepted models suggest humans did not arrive in the Americas until no earlier than 20,000 years ago. Such findings provoke intense debate.
Are we to reconsider the timing of human migrations, or is there an alternative explanation for these marks? Similarly, in East Asia and the Arabian Peninsula, evidence of early occupation challenges assumptions about habitability and migration corridors. Fossils and tools suggest repeated ways of dispersal, adaptive ingenuity in hostile climates, and interactions between multiple species and populations. In each instance, the Earth's record whispers a caution. The story of human expansion is not a single march, but a complex dance of adaptation, survival, and coexistence. The question of why so many of these discoveries were overlooked or resisted for decades is as illuminating as the discoveries themselves. Archaeology and anthropology have long operated within paradigms, frameworks constructed to impose order upon a complex past. Linear timelines, staged technological progression, and the expectation that one species replaced another created interpretive lenses that filtered and sometimes ignored evidence that did not conform. Fossils deemed too young or too strange were often cataloged but not analyzed in depth, stored in museum basements or private collections. Technological limitations hampered dating methods, making verification slow or uncertain. DNA sequencing, isotope analysis, and computational modeling were unavailable until the late 19th and early 21st centuries, leaving gaps that could not be resolved. Peer pressure, publication pressures, and the academic imperative for conformity created a culture where bold reinterpretations were risky. But science advances not by avoiding the uncomfortable, but by confronting it. As new tools emerged, as methods improved, previously disregarded evidence could finally be studied with rigor, allowing the forbidden corners of archaeology to illuminate the forgotten or misinterpreted past. As the pieces of this complex puzzle begin to align, a new vision of human history emerges. Africa remains central, but not singular. Multiple Homo species evolved in parallel across continents, and migration was a reoccurring, not singular phenomenon. Interbreeding was common, creating a web of genetic inheritance that defies the metaphor of a simple family tree. Technology appeared independently across regions, sometimes convergently, sometimes shared, reflecting a distributed intelligence among different populations. Fossils of long-surviving archaic humans, from Homo naledi to the Red Deer cave people, suggest that extinction was not uniform. Pockets of ancient lineages persisted for millennia alongside modern humans. And within our DNA, ghost lineages testify to species whose existence is known only through their genetic imprint. These discoveries challenge our assumptions not just about chronology, but about the very definition of humanity. They compel us to consider intelligence, culture, and survival as traits shared across a spectrum of species, many of which remain only partially visible to the fossil record. Human evolution was not a tidy ladder ascending toward modernity. It was a labyrinthine, entangled story of multiple species, migrations, adaptations, interactions, and extinctions. From the deepest caves of Africa to the high plateaus of Asia, from ancient tools buried in impossible layers to genetic sequences hidden in ourselves, the Earth continues to tell its secrets. Each new discovery forces us to confront the possibility that the human past is far stranger, more interconnected, and more extraordinary than we ever imagined. And as we listen closely, we begin to understand that the story of humanity is not a single narrative, but a chorus of voices, some lost, some hidden, and some only now being heard, carrying the echoes of species that once walked beside us, shaping the world in ways we are only beginning to comprehend.
The Americas, often considered a late chapter in human migration, present some of the most provocative evidence challenging conventional timelines. Sites once dismissed as anomalies are now forcing researchers to rethink the peopling of the New World. In California, the fractured mastodon bones, clearly shaped with stone tools and dated to 130,000 years ago, remain one of the most controversial discoveries. Traditional models posit that humans crossed into the Americas no earlier than 20,000 years ago, yet these bones, and others like them, suggest the possibility of earlier migrations, far earlier than previously imagined. Scientists debate the interpretation, scrutinizing every layer, every mark, and every stone. The evidence is fragmentary,
but persistent, and it illustrates a larger truth. Human history may have chapters that we have yet to read, lines of inquiry that textbooks have ignored, and populations whose existence remains unacknowledged. Across the Americas, other sites add to this puzzle. Stone tools in South America, early hearths in North America, and ancient settlements that challenge the assumption of a single migration wave. Each find hints at movement, adaptation, and ingenuity far earlier than conventional models allow. Taken together, they form a mosaic in which human expansion was not linear, but episodic and multifaceted. Humans, or hominin relatives, may have repeatedly tested new territories, vanished, and returned, leaving only tantalizing traces of their presence. Simultaneously, the interplay between DNA and fossil evidence is redefining our understanding of human ancestry. The presence of Denisovan DNA in Melanesian and Southeast Asian populations, long before Homo sapiens were expected in these regions, implies contact between species over vast distances. Ghost lineages, discovered in Africa and the Americas, reveal populations that contributed genetically to modern humans but left no discernible skeletal remains. These genomic footprints, once invisible, now provide critical insight into populations lost to time. As sequencing technology improves, sediments themselves are revealing fragments of DNA, enabling scientists to detect ancient hominins without ever finding bones. From permafrost in Siberia to cave sediments in Africa, genetic material preserved in soil allows researchers to map interactions, migrations, and survival strategies of long-extinct species. It is as if the Earth itself is whispering the stories that history books have overlooked, telling us that the human past is a tapestry woven from many threads, not a single line of descent. Each fragment, each sequence is a reminder that the story of humanity is far richer, stranger, and more interconnected than we have imagined. Beyond DNA and bones, the tools left by ancient populations continue to challenge our assumptions. In the Old World, sites in Europe and the Middle East reveal stone implements that appear unexpectedly early, suggesting technological innovation by species previously thought incapable of complex cognition. At some locations, tools predate the arrival of Homo sapiens by hundreds of thousands of years. In the Americas, artifacts such as the famed Clovis points, once considered the earliest evidence of human activity, are now being re-examined in light of older finds, indicating that humans may have arrived much earlier than the Clovis first model allowed. Each tool, each mark on stone is evidence of minds adapting to environments, creating solutions, and leaving traces for future generations. The implication is profound. Ingenuity was not exclusive to one species, one population, or one period. Technology, survival, and adaptation were shared across multiple species, overlapping in space and time, often in ways we are only now beginning to understand. The human story becomes even more remarkable when considering the persistence of archaic populations. Homo naledi, alive as recently as 250,000 years ago, demonstrates that small-brained species could coexist alongside early Homo sapiens, challenging the assumption that intelligence or brain size dictated survival. Similarly, the red deer cave people and hybrid populations in East Asia show that archaic humans persisted until surprisingly recent times. These populations were not merely remnants, they were active participants in the landscapes they inhabited, adapting to climates, sharing resources, and perhaps exchanging knowledge with Homo sapiens. Archaeology and genetics together suggest that human evolution was not a process of simple replacement, but one of coexistence, hybridization, and continuous adaptation. Extinction, rather than being uniform, was regionally variable, often delayed by geography, climate, or cultural innovation. As we examine these patterns, a remarkable picture emerges of repeated innovation, migration, and interaction. Populations migrated in waves, testing new habitats and creating tools suited to their environments. Stone implements appear in Africa, Europe, and Asia, not in a simple chronological sequence, but in scattered clusters, suggesting parallel development.
experimentation, and possibly cultural exchange. This challenges the traditional narrative of a single linear technological evolution. When we overlay these findings with genetic data, the story becomes even more intricate. Multiple species interacting, interbreeding, sharing, and possibly exchanging knowledge. Intelligence, survival, and culture were not exclusive to Homo sapiens. They were shared across a broader spectrum of hominins, many of whom remain partially invisible to the fossil record. The human past was alive with diversity, innovation, and complexity. Consider the implications for our understanding of migration. Early models propose that humans left Africa in a single exodus, spreading gradually to populate Europe, Asia, and eventually the Americas. Yet the evidence suggests a far more nuanced story. Fossil finds, tool assemblages, and genomic data all point to multiple waves of migration, some previously undetected, some overlapping with earlier populations, and some ending without leaving a lasting mark. The Denisovans, whose genetic signature spans thousands of kilometers, illustrates long-distance dispersal and interaction with other populations. The ghost lineages in Africa and the Americas, and archaic survivors in isolated regions all indicate a web of migrations, hybridization events, and survival strategies that defy a simple linear narrative. Humanity's history is not a march along a straight road. It is a sprawling network of movement, interaction, and adaptation spanning continents and millennia. The more we uncover, the more we recognize the limitations of our earlier frameworks. Fossils once dismissed as anomalies, tools once thought impossible, DNA sequences once ignored, these fragments collectively challenge our most fundamental assumptions. They reveal that intelligence, adaptability, and culture were not confined to our species alone. They demonstrate that human history is not defined solely by our survival, but by the interactions, collaborations, and conflicts with other species that shared the planet. The past, long believed to be a linear progression towards modern humans, is in fact a complex landscape of overlapping populations, migrations, innovations, and extinctions. It is a story that is messy, tangled, and astonishingly rich. And yet, for all the discoveries, much remains hidden. Each site, each fossil, each fragment of DNA is a window into a vast and largely unexplored past. Archaeologists continue to find evidence that forces us to question our assumptions, while geneticists decode genomes that hint at lineages lost to time. Sediments, once overlooked, now yield DNA preserved for thousands of years, offering glimpses of species that left no skeletal remains. The record is incomplete, but tantalizing, suggesting that the human story is far bigger, far stranger, and far more interconnected than anyone imagined. It is a reminder that the Earth keeps its own records, often long before humans arrive to interpret them. As we step back to observe the larger pattern, it becomes clear that the notion of a singular, inevitable human destiny is misleading. Humanity's rise was not predetermined. It was contingent, shaped by chance, adaptation, and interaction with other species. Extinctions were selective, survival was variable, and intelligence was shared. Our ancestors were participants in a vibrant, competitive, and cooperative ecosystem, interacting with species we are only beginning to understand. The evidence is unequivocal. The past is not a ladder. It is a labyrinth full of pathways we have yet to fully explore. Each discovery, the tools, the fossils, the DNA, is the key to unlocking this labyrinth, revealing a world that is at once familiar and utterly alien, our own and yet profoundly other. In examining forbidden archaeology, we confront a fundamental lesson, that history is not defined by certainty, but by evidence. Every fossil, every fragment of DNA, every tool carries a story, and the accumulation of these stories challenge assumptions, revise narratives, and reshape our understanding of what it means to be human. The discoveries we have discussed, Homo naledi, the Red Deer Cave people, Denisovans, ghost lineages, out-of-place artifacts, ancient tools, are not curiosities or exceptions. They are evidence of a past that was far richer, more complex, and more interconnected than we ever imagined. And as methods improve,
As more sites are explored and as more DNA is sequenced, this picture will only become more intricate and more astonishing. And finally, the lesson of forbidden archaeology is both humbling and inspiring. Humbling, because it reminds us that humanity's story is not unique or linear, and that many other intelligent species once walked this earth. Inspiring, because it shows the power of science to uncover truths long hidden, to question assumptions, and to illuminate the complexities of our shared past. It is a reminder that history is a living discipline, constantly evolving as evidence emerges, as interpretations shift, and as the past speaks to the present. In listening to this evidence, we come to see humanity not as a solitary actor on a blank stage, but as one voice among many, part of a vast, interwoven narrative that stretches across continents, species, and millennium. The story of human evolution is not finished. It is only beginning to reveal its full, extraordinary complexity, a tapestry woven with the threads of species, technologies, migrations, and DNA, threads that together tell the story of a planet alive with life, innovation, and adaptation, a story we are only beginning to comprehend. And so, as we close this chapter on forbidden archaeology, we are left with a profound realization. The past is not defined by what we imagined, but by what we uncover. Each discovery, each bone, each artifact, each sequence of DNA is a message from a time we cannot visit, a message that reshapes our understanding of who we are, where we come from, and what it truly means to be human. Humanity's story is not a single line, but a chorus of voices, echoes of species we share the earth with, some lost, some hidden, and some now only being heard, carrying knowledge, adaptation, and survival strategies across time. And as we listen closely, as we continue to study, to dig, to sequence, and to interpret, the earth speaks to us, not in certainty, but in wonder, revealing a past far more astonishing than we ever imagined, a story that challenges our assumptions, ignites our curiosity, and expands our understanding of the very nature of human existence.
For millions of years, the earth turned beneath an empty sky, oceans crashed against ancient shores, lightning split the darkness, but no voice rose to name the thunder. No words existed to call the rain. Then, something changed. In the shadowed valleys of East Africa, a creature stood upright, looked out across the savanna, and for the first time in the history of this planet, tried to speak. What emerged wasn't language, not yet. It was sound, desperate, instinctive. A grunt of warning, a cry of pain. The raw vocabulary of survival. But hidden within those primal sounds was the seed of everything we would become. Because the voice, the simple act of shaping breath into meaning, would prove to be the most powerful tool ever invented. More powerful than fire, more transformative than the wheel. Language didn't just change how we communicated. It changed what we were. It turned isolated individuals into tribes, tribes into nations, nations into civilizations that would span continents and reshape the world. This is the story of how humanity found its voice. And once we did, we could never go back. 6 million years ago, our ancestors lived in a world of gestures. Picture it. A dense forest canopy in what is now Ethiopia. Dappled sunlight filtering through leaves. And there, moving cautiously through the undergrowth, Sahelanthropus chadensis, one of our earliest ancestors. They didn't speak. They couldn't. Their vocal anatomy wasn't ready. The larynx sat too high in the throat. The tongue lacked the flexibility. The brain didn't yet possess the neural architecture for symbolic thought. But they communicated. Watch carefully. An outstretched arm. A sudden crouch. Eyes darting toward movement in the grass. These gestures carried meaning, danger, food, come closer, stay back. For millions of years, this was enough. It had to be. The evolutionary pressures were relentless. Predators hunted in the tall grass. Food was scarce. Survival demanded coordination. And so our ancestors developed what researchers call a gestural repertoire, a vocabulary of the body. Recent studies of wild chimpanzees, our closest living relatives, have documented over 60 distinct gestures. Each one carries specific meaning. A leaf clipping display signals courtship. An arm raise indicates climb on me. A ground slap warns of danger. Our ancestors possessed similar systems, perhaps more sophisticated, but fundamentally, they were trapped in the present moment. A gesture can point to what's here, what's now, what you can see, but it cannot describe yesterday's hunt. It cannot tell stories of distant mountains. It cannot plan tomorrow's journey or dream of worlds that don't yet exist. 2 million years ago, something began to shift. Homo erectus emerged onto the African plains, taller, more upright, with brains 30% larger than their predecessors. And something else was changing. Something subtle, but profound. The larynx was descending. The human vocal tract was reorganizing itself. The larynx dropped lower in the throat, creating a longer vocal chamber. The tongue became more flexible, more dexterous. The hyoid bone, that delicate horseshoe of cartilage that anchors our voice, began to reshape. This transformation came at a cost. Unlike other mammals, humans can choke on food. Our elongated vocal tract creates a dangerous intersection where the pathways for breathing and swallowing cross. Every year, thousands die from this design flaw. Evolution accepted that risk, because what we gained was worth dying for. We gained phonetic range. Suddenly, the human voice could produce sounds other primates couldn't dream of. Consonants, vowels, the subtle gradations of pitch and tone that would become the building blocks of language. The first words weren't words as we'd recognize them. They were something simpler. Proto-words, sound-meaning pairings that transcended the immediate. Ata might have meant water, not this water, right here, right now, but the concept of water, all water. Water remembered from yesterday, water hoped for tomorrow. That abstraction, that leap from the concrete to the conceptual, changed everything. Now you could refer to things not present. You could discuss the past. You could plan the future. You could share knowledge across time and space. Language wasn't just communication anymore. It was time travel. But single words, strung together randomly, aren't language. Not really. Fire, danger, run. That's a warning. But it's not a story. The fire started when lightning struck the dry grass near the river where we hunted yesterday, and now it's spreading toward camp. That's language. What changed? Grammar. Somewhere between 200,000 and 100,000 years ago, anatomically modern humans developed something unprecedented. Not just the ability to make sounds, not just the capacity to link sounds with meanings, but the ability to arrange those sounds in infinite combinations according to rules. Syntax emerged: subject, verb, object, tense, agreement. The invisible architecture that transforms random words into coherent thought. This wasn't a simple innovation. It required massive changes in brain structure. The left hemisphere, particularly Broca's area and Wernicke's area, underwent explosive growth. Neural pathways thickened. The connections between the prefrontal cortex and the temporal lobes became superhighways of information. Suddenly, humans could express not just what happened, but how it happened, why it happened, what might happen next, what could have happened instead. We could embed clauses within clauses within clauses. We could ask questions. We could lie. We could create conditional statements. We could express irony, metaphor, sarcasm, poetry. And with that complexity came something even more profound. We could share mental models of reality. I could take a thought existing only in my mind, encode it into sound, transmit it through air, and decode it inside your mind. We could synchronize our internal worlds. We could think together. This was the cognitive revolution, and it would change the trajectory of life on Earth. Picture a cave in what is now southern France, 30,000 years ago. Night has fallen. Outside, the wind howls across the Ice Age landscape. Mammoths trumpet in the darkness. Somewhere, a cave lion roars, but inside, there is fire, and gathered around that fire, a group of humans, their bodies painted with ochre, their clothes sewn from animal hides, and one of them is speaking. This is the birthplace of story. The speaker isn't describing something happening right now. They're narrating something that happened last season, or something that happened to their grandfather, or something that never happened at all, but carries truth, nonetheless. Listen to the words. When the great ice came south, our people were starving. The herds had fled. The rivers froze. We would have died. But then the shaman dreamed of a valley beyond the mountains where the sun still warmed the earth. And so we walked. For 30 days we walked. Many fell. Many died. But those who survived found the valley. And we lived. That's not just information transfer. That's meaning-making. That story does several things simultaneously. It preserves historical knowledge. It transmits survival strategies. It reinforces group identity. It teaches values, perseverance, faith, sacrifice. It creates a shared mythology. It binds the listeners together into something more than individuals. It creates culture. The archaeological record confirms this transformation. Around 40,000 years ago, human behavior explodes in complexity. We see elaborate burial sites. We see jewelry. We see musical instruments carved from bone. We see cave paintings of breathtaking sophistication. Why? What changed? Some researchers call it the Great Leap Forward. Others prefer the creative explosion. But the evidence increasingly suggests one answer. Fully modern language. Once humans could tell stories, we could do something no other species has ever done. We could create fictional realities. We could imagine gods and spirits. We could conceive of social structures that didn't yet exist. We could project ourselves into possible futures and plan accordingly. We could cooperate in groups of thousands, even millions, based on shared myths and collective narratives. That's the secret of human dominance. Not our teeth, not our claws, not our strength or speed. Our stories. What were the first words? We'll never know for certain. Language doesn't fossilize. It leaves no bones, no artifacts. It vanishes into air the moment it's spoken. But we can make educated guesses. Linguists have identified what they call proto-words, sound patterns that appear across so many unrelated languages that they might date back to humanity's common linguistic ancestor. Mama appears in languages from Swahili to Mandarin to Cherokee. The labial bilabial sound, created by pressing both lips together, is one of the easiest for infants to produce. And in culture after culture, it becomes the word for mother. Papa, similarly universal, another bilabial sound. Father, appa, water, appears in protoforms across dozens of language families. Tick, small, one, pointing. These humble syllables may be linguistic fossils, echoes of the first words ever spoken. But as language evolved, it didn't just add more words, it added levels of meaning. Consider metaphor. When an early human first said, "That man is a lion," they weren't confused about taxonomy. They were doing something extraordinary. They were mapping the qualities of one domain onto another, transferring the concept of strength, courage, and ferocity from an animal to a person. That's abstract thought. That's symbolic reasoning. And it opened up infinite expressive possibilities. Suddenly you could talk about things that had no physical form. Justice, honor, love, fear, time itself. You could discuss concepts that existed only in the mind. And that meant you could argue about them, refine them, build philosophical systems, construct ethical frameworks, develop mathematics, science, theology. All of it rests on language's ability to abstract, to metaphorize, to create meaning beyond the literal. For most of human history, language was ephemeral, spoken into existence, then vanishing forever. Each generation had to relearn from the generation before. Knowledge could be preserved only in memory, passed down through oral tradition. Brilliant, powerful, but limited. Then, around 5,400 years ago, in the ancient city of Uruk, in southern Mesopotamia, everything changed. Someone pressed a reed stylus into soft clay and left behind not a picture, but a symbol. A mark that represented not the thing itself, but the sound of the word for the thing. Writing was born. At first it was purely practical. Accounting records, tallies of grain stored in temple warehouses, lists of livestock, business transactions. But within centuries, writing transcended its utilitarian origins. By 2100 BCE, Sumerian poets were composing the Epic of Gilgamesh, the first great work of literature, a meditation on mortality, friendship, and the human condition. And for the first time, those words didn't die with the poet. They endured. They could be copied, transmitted across space and time, read by people who would never meet the author, interpreted by cultures thousands of years in the future. Writing broke the chains of mortality. Knowledge became cumulative. Each generation could build on the discoveries of the last. Science became possible. History became possible. Law became possible. Complex administration became possible. Writing turned language from a tool of the moment into a tool of eternity. But it came with a cost. For the first time, there was an inside and an outside. Those who could read and write, and those who couldn't. The literate and the illiterate. Knowledge became power, and power became concentrated. For most of history, reading was a privilege of the elite. Kings, priests, scribes. The vast majority of humans remained voiceless, their stories untold, their wisdom unrecorded. That would take millennia to change. Stand at the edge of history and look back. 4 million years ago, our ancestors had no words, no stories, no songs, just the silent grammar of gesture and gaze. Today, humans speak over 7,000 distinct languages, each one a unique way of structuring reality, each one a complete universe of meaning. We've used language to build cathedrals and write constitutions, to compose symphonies and prove theorems, to declare love and wage war, to pray and to protest. Every book ever written, every law ever passed, every prayer ever whispered, every joke ever told, every lie ever spoken, every truth ever proclaimed, exists because millions of years ago a larynx descended in a throat, a tongue grew flexible, a brain rewired itself, and breath became meaning. Language didn't just change how we communicate, it changed what we are. We are the species that tells stories, that names the stars, that asks why, that imagines tomorrow, that mourns the past, that creates meaning where none existed before. We are Homo narrans, the storytelling animal, and our story is far from over. Every conversation you have, every word you speak, every thought you articulate is part of the longest-running experiment in the history of life. The experiment that asks, what happens when matter becomes aware of itself? When chemistry becomes consciousness? When an animal learns to ask its own name? What happens when silence learns to speak? This is humanity's gift, and humanity's burden, the voice. Use it wisely, because once spoken, words can never be unheard. They echo forward through time, building worlds, destroying worlds, creating who we are and who we might yet become.